Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Cloud Community Days. Today is the second day of Cloud Community Days, and today we are having theme of DevOps. So yesterday we had amazing sessions and workshop. So the theme for yesterday was serverless, and we had one workshop and 5 different talks, and there were so many amazing Q&A sessions, and a lot of people participated in the quiz. So we are expecting the same enthusiasm and energy from you guys for today as well. So let me show you what do we have for you today, like what is the agenda, what kind of sessions are we going to have, and yes, we also have some surprises for you. As I mentioned, we have quizzes for you. So I'll show you all those things now. So before I start with my PPT, let me show you the website for Cloud Community Days. So as you can see, this is Cloud Community Days official website. So in case if you haven't registered for the conference, I would request you to register. So why to register? If you want the all the learning materials and the slides being used by our speakers and other details, then we'll be sending it to only the registered participants. So in case if you are not a registered participant, then you won't be receiving the post event mailer, which will be having all those learning materials and amazing slide decks used by our speakers. So yes, also one more thing. So as I mentioned, we have quiz. So to participate in the quiz also, you need to register for the event, because using that same registered email ID only you can play the quiz. So yes, it's very important for you. So yes, these are our speakers. A lot of them had spoken yesterday. So Ashirwad, Divakar, then Mangesh, Manish, Mithun, and Renu were speakers for yesterday. And today we have others. So today, as I mentioned, we are following the theme of DevOps. And here's the agenda. So we'll be starting with the quiz at 11:50 a.m. It will run for 10 minutes. And soon after that, we'll be starting with our workshop by Ashish on applying DevOps strategies on scale using Azure DevOps services. Soon after the workshop, we'll be heading over for the lunch break. After lunch break, we'll start with quiz 2 at 1:50 p.m. After the quiz, we'll be starting with all our regular talks. So we'll start with Niloshima Srivastava at 2 p.m. Carried by, we'll have Mayank Bhola at 2:30 p.m. Then Menaka Bhaskar at 3 p.m. and Henk at 3:30 p.m. After Henk's session at 4 p.m. we'll be having quiz 3, and after quiz we'll be having the closing note and announcement of all the winners for each of the quiz. So yes, this is the agenda for today. And what else? Let me show it to you. So yes, these are the housekeeping rules for the conference. Since a lot of people will be asking for some generic questions, so these are here. All these sessions will be recorded, and the links to all the slides, recorded sessions, and learning resources will be shared after the event via email and will be updated on the website. So that is why it's very important for you to register for the event in case if you're looking for the recorded sessions and the slides. There will be a Q&A session after every talk. Speakers will try to select and answer 2 or 3 questions after their session from the stream. The rest of the questions will be answered offline. So this is totally based on the time limit we have. If you have any questions, drop them in the comment box. So if you have any questions that you want to ask the speaker, then you can drop them on the comment box. The live chat, which is the comment section, is meant only for technical questions and discussions relevant to the sessions, and also we request you to refrain from any unnecessary messages, because we want this conversation or the live chat to be totally focused on the session that is going on. So this is the agenda that I have shown to you. We'll be starting with workshop at 12 p.m. and then after the lunch we'll have regular talks from 2 p.m. So here is the code of conduct that we want all our participants to adhere with. This event is dedicated to providing a friendly and welcoming experience to all attendees, regardless of gender, sexual orientation, disability, ethnicity, or religion. All participants are expected to display a positive community spirit by exercising consideration and respect to all that attend. Unacceptable behavior or harassment of event attendees in any form will not be tolerated. So, for the detailed code of conduct, you can visit the link. So yes, is the surprise. We have quiz for all our participants who are attending today. So we are going to run three different quizzes. Each of these quiz will have top winners. So the top five scorers on the leaderboard will be considered as winners who will be receiving Azure certification exam vouchers. So what is the exam vouchers? So in case if you're looking for an opportunity to take the Azure certification exam, so we are giving that exam voucher worth $165 to you if you are one among the winners, and with that you can take that exam, and if you qualify then you will be one among the certified professionals on Azure. So also repeated winners will not be allowed. So for example, you are winner of quiz 1, so you won't be considered as winner for quiz 2 or quiz 3 anyhow if you are winner for that as well. So yes, duplicate or repetitive winners will not be allowed. Here are the learning resources. So Microsoft has given amazing learning resources for the conference. So you can visit this link to check out what do we have. I'm really glad to inform you about this particular thing. This is Azure Developer Community. So we have started with this program on 26th of January, which was Republic Day. And this has been just close to 2 months, and we have already touched 3,000 plus members. So what is this? Let me show it to you. So this is Azure Developer Community, which is a platform where we are inviting people to join so that you can learn, network, and upskill. How to do that? So how to learn? Like we have different uh, learning sessions, like technical sessions being given by industry experts and community contributors. So you can attend these sessions and get upskill, and you can learn a lot of technologies. Also, since it's a community, we you will get an opportunity to network with other people who are there in the community, and that will help you to grow. Also, we are helping you to upskill. How to do that? In case if you are a working professional or you are already experienced with any of these technologies, then you can come here and share your experiences as a form of like you can take a session or a workshop or anything. So basically you'll be given a chance to showcase your skills with the community. And here you can see like we have already crossed 3,000 members in just 2 months, and we are right now in 101 cities. Here are some of the upcoming events that we have lined up. Also, there is Azure Developer Stories and Dev Challenge going on. I'll show it to you. What is it? So coming to how to join this community. So basically, all you need to do is just look out for your nearest community. So for example, you are from Delhi, you just need to search for Delhi, and here's the community. You just need to go there and join the community. Once you join this particular community, you will get all the upcoming events which has been planned. So you can join them, and yeah, you can learn. Also, we have something for you. This is about LinkedIn update on Azure skills. So basically, you can update your LinkedIn profile with Azure skills, and this will help you to build your brand, and that will open a lot of like opportunities in your professional career. So here is the video that you can look for. This video will help you understand how to update your LinkedIn profile with Azure skills. And yeah, that is all about Azure Developer Community. Now coming back, this is Azure Dev Challenge. What is it? Azure Dev Challenge is nothing but a developer challenge where we are encouraging people to learn on different technologies. Like we have different categories like Python on Azure, .NET on Azure, Node.js on Azure. So there will be multiple learn collections. So once you register for the challenge, you will be receiving receiving a confirmation email where you will find three different links of collections. So out of which you can select any of them and complete all the learn modules. Once you complete them, you just need to submit your learn profile with us. And if you're a valid submitter, you will be given Azure credit worth $100. With that, you can explore various Azure services. So here's the link to visit, and the submission ends on 31st of March. Here is about Azure Developer Stories. So what is it? Azure Developer Stories we have started last year in 2020. So it's a contest where we are encouraging developers like you who are passionate on technologies and can share their experience on Azure. So how to do that? Suppose if you have built a project and uh, you have built a project using Azure services, then you can share experiences in a form of a blog or a video content where you can mention like how you have used those Azure services, and yeah, those experiences will help a lot of people in the community to learn from them. Here is a link for the official website, and the submission ends on 3rd of April. To make any of these community events successful, there is a lot of people involved. So we have two amazing streaming partners, GulfScript and Tech Primers. So we are really thankful to them. So this whole conference is being not only streamed to KonfHub channel, but also to these two streaming partners channels. Also, we have 30 plus community partners who are helping us driving this whole conference and spreading a word in the community. So we have so many amazing community partners you can see. Also, this conference is big sponsored by Microsoft Azure. So we are really thankful to them to provide us with the learning resources and supporting us for the conference. So before we get started with the conference, so if you are loving the sessions, uh, we would love to see you making a tweet on social media using hashtag #CCDaysOnline and also tag us with @KonfHub on social media. This will really boost up our motive, and we'll really love to hear from you guys. So yes, these are the hashtags that you can use, and once you make a tweet or a post, then we will obviously retweet it for more uh, use. Okay, so I have already taken a lot of time of yours. So here we begin the quiz one. Here is the quiz one link. So the link is quiz.confhub.com/ccdaysdevops-1. Okay, so let me share the link here in our comment box as well. So here's the link for quiz. You can visit this link to participate, and I'll show you how to do that. So as I mentioned, to participate in the quiz, you need to be a registered participant. All you need to do is enter your email address or your booking ID. Once you do that, you can start the quiz. There will be 10 different multiple choice questions, and the top 5 scorers on the leaderboard will be considered as the winner. Each of the 5 winners will be awarded with Azure certification exam vouchers worth $165. Let's see how many people are participating. Okay, so we already have 5 participants. So the scores are calculated on the basis of your correct answers given and the time consumed. Also, duplicate participants won't be allowed for the quiz. So, in case if we found any of you as a duplicate participant, then we'll have to cancel that participation. Also, many of you would have already played the quiz for yesterday. So, in case if you are a winner for yesterday's quiz, then you won't be counted as winner for today in any of the quiz. So, please check if you are winner for yesterday, then you won't be counted as winners today. Okay, so the quiz will end at sharp 12 p.m. We have close to 3 minutes left for the quiz to end. So we already have 158 people participating in the quiz. Nice to see that so many of you are interested to participate in the quiz. We have 1.5 minutes left for the quiz. Okay, we have just 1 more minute left to end with quiz one. Okay, so we are just about to end. Let's see, when it touches 12 p.m. we'll end. Okay, it's 12 p.m. and here is the final winners list. Awesome. So I'll take a screenshot of it for proof. Awesome. So in case if you are not a winner for this quiz one, don't worry. We also have two more quizzes lined up. So the next quiz, which is quiz two, will be at 1:50 p.m. and the third one will be at 4 p.m. So yeah, so now we'll start with our workshop by Ashish Raj, and he's already there in the backstage. So I will welcome him. Hey Ashish,
Yeah, hi,
how are
Rohit.
you?
How are you? Yeah, I'm good.
I'm
How are
good.
you?
I'm good. I'm good. We all are doing great. Really nice to see you joining us today, Ashish.
Yep. Thank you. So, okay.
Yeah.
So, how is it
So
going? So, the quiz are done and everything is done.
yes, we are just ready for your session, and everyone is excited.
Okay.
So yeah, before we get started with your workshop, so would you like to give a like short introduction about yourself, Ashish, like what you're doing and what your
Yeah,
workshop is going to be about?
Yeah, sure. So I will just share a slide of one slider there. So
Yes.
this is about me. I'm Ashish Raj, a Microsoft certified trainer and DevOps advocate. So mostly works in DevOps areas, DevOps architecture, applying DevOps principles with the organizations. Uh, I am co-founder of Azure Easy, which is our technical community based on Telegram group. So you can visit the URL and you can find more about our community. You can also connect me with the LinkedIn. Uh, and all the URLs are on the screen. So to give my brief introduction, what we do and what I do is I mostly, interact with people, looking into the enterprise adoption, looking into the cloud technology, how things are working in a DevOps practices and pattern. And about this community, we have Azure Easy and Azure Talk. So we try to help people. We try to collaborate with people to host sessions and also help them in the IM instant messaging way in the Telegram, where people can post their issues, and then a lot of community member, more than 10,000 people are there, so they help each other to fix those real time issues. So this is all about me and our community. And without having much, can we can start for the today's
Yes.
agenda.
Sure. Sure.
Okay.
All over to you, Ashish.
Yep. Okay. Thanks,
All
Rohit.
over. Thank you.
So today we are going to cover the Azure DevOps and how it helps you to, adopt the DevOps practices, DevOps strategies in your organization on the scale. So we will start from the very starting point. How do you access Azure DevOps? And then we will explore various features, various services which are there to help enterprise to adopt DevOps, adoption in their organization. So to access Azure DevOps, all you need to do is you need to type in this URL dev.azure.com and just enter there. So it will give you the landing page of Azure DevOps. There you will get the start free option and all. We will go about it in a bit. But before that, on the same screen, you get a gist of services, the major services which are there. You have Azure Board, you have Azure Pipelines, you have Azure Repos, Azure Test Plan, Azure Artifact, and Extension Marketplace. So we are going to cover each of them in a very brief manner, how they help you in the enterprise adoption, how these services make sense in terms of when you are talking about adopting DevOps in an enterprise scale, how these which service fits into which kind of work. All those things we are going to cover. Now, talking about this service, sign up, you can definitely go ahead and sign up for it. The real nice thing about Azure DevOps as compared to other ecosystem is, first of all, it is a software as a service. So you don't really have to think about spinning up any kind of infrastructure, any kind of setup, or anything like that. You can just go ahead and sign up without having to think about any kind of infrastructure prerequisite or something like that. Later on, probably once you evaluate the solution, once you go for the enterprise scale, maybe you will try to do certain things. But initially, to start the adoption, There is no such thing. It is software as a service solution, true SaaS solution. No, I mean, everything provided by Microsoft. The second nice thing about Microsoft Azure DevOps is its pricing proportion. So it gives you almost 5 free users with all the services that it has. So it gives you, whatever the services there are, and we will be covering all these services in a bit. That what services will you use for what kind of activity or what kind of adoption you are bringing into your enterprise. But to start with, minimum 5 users, you are getting everything for free, no charges, nothing like that. Now there you get 1800s of minutes of build minute. We will be talking about what exactly this means. But apart from that, if you are a open source you know community or open source system, then not only this 1800 minute, you have this unlimited minute, all right, for 10 parallel jobs. So we will be talking about what exactly these 10 parallel jobs are, but it is almost 10 builds at a time. So at a single time you can run 10 builds without paying anything. Now this build will be running on some server, right? You must be having some server, some place to run. Everything is provided by Microsoft for free. If you are a open source community, if you are a public repository, if you are hosting a public code, then it is completely free. If you are a private, if you have a private repository, we will be talking about private means that you don't really want to expose it on a public platform. No one should be able to access it. Then also Microsoft is covering you in terms of pricing. You have this 1800 minutes, 1800 minutes of build time, completely free, no charges, nothing like that, and you still can manage your enterprise code and build your pipelines. And we'll be talking about what exactly this build pipelines are. But this is it from the pricing point of view. And then further, as the scale goes up, you have some charges per user. And of course, going further, when you go into adoption, then probably you will have to make a strategy. There also you can have a discount, and you can also use your existing Visual Studio subscription to get some benefit from there as well. So pricing wise also, it is a very competitive system that you can bring in. Now let's go ahead and access this Azure DevOps. uh, if you are signing it for the first time, of course you can go there, either of this link. I already have the option, I already have the account. I can simply go ahead and sign in. Now when you sign in, it asks you, normally your Microsoft account using which you logged in. So right now I am already logged in, so it is showing me this landing page. This landing page is known as organization, DevOps organization. And you can see that I have couple of organizations, and I can have as many organization I can have. This is the root level, structure or hierarchy in your system. So what you have is that when when you log in for the first time, you might be getting a new organization option like this, that if you are logging it the first time, and you will go ahead and create an organization. But if you already have an organization, then you don't really have to create, it will directly jump you into the default organization. Now, if I will go ahead and create an organization, it will definitely ask a location, because what is happening, it is a software as a service solution. It must be using some cloud resources to host your all the artifacts or everything that you create in Azure DevOps. So this is what the location is. So if you are, if you are going to host something where regulatory requirements are there and all those things, so make sure that you select the appropriate location for your organization. This is your high level organization thing. So suppose I want to create a new organization for Cloud Community Day. So I will just say CCD days 2021. And if it is available, this is, as you can see, this is a unique, this has to be a unique name because it is an internet routable path. So if I'll go ahead and continue, it will check, and probably if it is there, then it will go ahead and create this new organization for us. Let's wait for some time. It will create a new organization, brand new organization, nothing there, and you can start from there. So this is your first, this is the first page that you would see if you start working with Azure DevOps. And as you see, when I am logging in into my newly created organization, I have a project. Now this project is something you will create to align a single product team. So you have a product team which develops something that needs to have a CI/CD process there. You want to align them using some planning tool. You want to have some CI/CD pipeline for that particular team. You want to have certain certain other needs that you normally need in a DevOps setup. You can create a project for that team. So what we have done is, instead of creating project here, you can definitely go ahead and create a project here. I will go ahead and create this one for just a demonstration purpose. This is the private project I have selected, so it will create a privately accessible project. No one else can access. But if at all it would be public, then anyone who has this URL can see this project. Now let me go to another organization that I already have, and I already have created a project for CC Days 2021. So this is a project that I have. Now this is a kind of a project that you will set up. Now once you set up this project, the nice thing, the very first thing that you can configure in Azure DevOps is your dashboard. If you go to dashboard, it gives you all the information, all the things which are happening in this particular product team. What are the critical bugs, how many works are in progress, how many things are there. All these things can be customized, can be shown at a single place in a graphically, visually appealing dashboard. You can configure this dashboard using this edit. When you edit, you get couple of widget there. You can add these widgets, and probably you can keep on adding things over here as per your need. But if you are fine, I mean, if you are okay, then you can just click on done editing and your dashboard is there. This dashboard can be used by your teams, by used by your product owners, can be used by your managers, whosoever wants to have a quick look on the status of the things that are happening. Now this is the dashboard, but behind the scene, all the information that you see, all the things that is being visualized, is coming from one of the service. We When we started the discussion there itself, we discussed about some of the services that you have. These are the services you have on the left side vertical tab. That is one board is there, repos is there, pipeline, test plan, artifact. So these are the main services that you get with Azure DevOps for each project, and these are the main services which acts for a particular need of your DevOps, and we will be talking about each services in a bit. They have some data, and that data is actually showing you as a visual, visually showing you the status or the information that is happening in your product team. Now the first service, if you see, is board. Azure board is one of the service in Azure DevOps that helps you to adopt agile planning in your product team. So if your team, so the first step towards moving into DevOps is having a proper planning. As you know, it's more about people, process, and the product to continuously deliver. So when you talk about continuously delivering the system, I mean the value to the customer, you talk about agile. That's what lets your developers, lets your engineering team to continuously drive the values using some sprint kind of a sprint planning and all those things. Those things you can do using Azure board. If I access this Azure board, then you will see you will have couple of work items. These are the work items that you normally create for your agile planning. These work items can be user stories, can be features, can be epic, can be you know whatever you create based on the type of work that is planned. So you start from epic, then you go for the feature, then you after feature you go to the user stories, and then further into task, and then you assign those tasks to individual developers. So that kind of hierarchy you follow. You can create all these things in the Azure board in terms of work item. So as you can see, you have options to create new work item, and as you can see, there are a couple of work item that you can create starting from epic till the bug. You can also create test cases. You can also create other things. We will be talking about test cases when we will be discussing test plans. But with, other than test cases, you can create all the type of work items that you normally have to create, so that you can plan your team in a, in a agile process. So Azure DevOps is not just a DevOps services, it also helps you with the planning kind of tool. So it brings all the system, all the services, major services that you need under one umbrella. And that is what we can see. Board is there. And then in upcoming in next few minutes, we'll be discussing about other services which is part of the same umbrella. Now, in the work item, not only you can do the work items, you can do the sprint plannings as well. So you have a sprint. Normally, agile teams will follow some sprint. You can have a sprint, and then you can have a, you know, task board using which where you can actually move your work, and just kind of a Kanban board kind of thing, where you can move your work items and can update the status as you move it from one board to another, one column to another column. There is a Kanban board which can help you to move the work items of all different types, user stories, backlog items, and all. And you can just move these items from one state to another state without, in a very drag and drop kind of user experience. This can be used by your team members to see, and this work, this board, Kanban board also helps you to your product scrum master or product owners, or your managers, to see, to see the data or the status in a single glass of pane. They can just come here and they can see, okay, what is the status in this sprint, and what are the, what are the things we have planned in this sprint, and how things are going on, how many user stories are committed, how many of them are in progress, how many of them are done, who is assigned to what, user story, who has completed, who has not completed. Everything is available on this sprint. And you can of course create new sprints, you can assign new sprints, you can have sprint future sprints, you can also create new sprints based on the sprint
Ashish,
cycle that you follow. Yeah.
Ashish, sorry to interrupt. Like, will it be possible for you to zoom a bit?
Zoom, it is, let me check. Possibly, maybe I will try to
Yes.
this way.
Yeah, this way. Yeah. This is
Is
better.
it fine?
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you.
Okay. Yep, no problem. Okay, so this is the way you can define your sprints. You can further add future sprint. You can your scrum master, your sprint planning, whatever you want to do in a proper agile team, you can do. And further, you can actually control the capacity of your team. So you can go ahead and add users, or you can go ahead and add time off and all those things which can impact the availability of the team members. And you know proportionately your reports will be showing how much time is available, how much capacity is available within team. All those things you can do, which is typically a agile team requirement, where they can, where before planning they can have the visibility that how many hours are available, how many users, how much the capacity we have in the team as a whole. All these things you can do. And also you can track the KPIs of analytics team in a analytics way. So if you have some, if you want to track how many things are going on, how many sum of remaining work is there, how you want to get some chart, visual detail of your reports, you can get it based on the data which is there in your Azure board. Not only that, whatever you have in these work item boards and all, you have something called queries. Queries helps you to segregate a particular type of work based on certain condition. So if I go ahead and create a new query, you will see that I can define certain conditions, that I want to see all the work items which are bug, or where state is closed. I can run a query and it should show me the result. Right now there is no such bug, But if I will say any, and if I run the query, it should show me all the bug which are there and irrespective of the state. So this kind of query you can save, and you can save these query. You can, of course, you can save this query, or you can just run this query and you can have a visibility how many things are there based on their conditions, and you can keep on adding these conditions as many you may want. You can keep on following the fields, and based on the fields, maybe you want to see how many what work items are assigned to a certain user. You can directly go there, find the user, run the query, and you will be able to find what are the bugs which are assigned to a particular user in any state. Or maybe I will just go ahead and type in any, and you will be able to find all the work items that is assigned to me. So this is the way you can efficiently manage your team in a agile process using a service within Azure DevOps in Azure Board. Now, once you complete the planning, you definitely, your developers will be working on real code, real development. And that's when the next service comes into the picture. That is Azure Repo. Azure Repo is a repository management system which helps you to manage your Git repository in the same umbrella where your planning is happening. And there is a very nice integration with the Azure board. There is a very nice integration with the Azure board that you can do uh, with this Azure Repo and Azure board and other services like Azure Pipelines, Azure Test Plan. We will be talking about all those things in upcoming sections. So once you have done your planning, and when you want to proceed for the development, you directly go to the repos. I'm just leaving this, and there you can host your code. As you can see, there is a application which is hosted here, which the Git repository is available. In Azure DevOps, you can have two types of version control. One is, of course, Git, which is becoming default or de facto standard for having your version control. But there is another type, that is Team Foundation version control, which is one of the Microsoft created version control system, which some of the teams are using, which is a centralized version control. But Git is one of the version control which is getting a lot of traction, and this is one of the becoming one of the industry standard right now. All the major version control system are supporting Git, and all the majority of the systems are being managed in Git version control. So similarly, Azure DevOps has the answer for your need in terms of version control. Once you have the version control, you can manage your changes over here. Of course, you can create branches, you can do changes, whatever you want to do, and you can keep on committing the changes over here. And then you can manage the branching strategy and all those things that you have. Apart from a typical version control system, this also gives you a very nice policy based system for your repository. So you can have policies for all your repository based on the organization requirement. So you may want to have all the author, whichever whoever is publishing the code must be having the email validation. Or you may have some branch policies that, okay, whichever branch is, if there is a master branch, I want to create a policy. There is a master branch. I will go ahead and create a policy, and then I can say that these many reviewers must be going through that. They must be linked to a work item. So that's where the integration comes into the picture. So if you are doing the planning in Azure board, and if you have a work item assigned for the changes that you are doing on the code level, then you as an organization can actually enforce that developers must be assigning the work item with their changes what they are doing in the version control, so that end-to-end traceability will be visible. So this kind of policy, and there are a lot of things you can do. Build validation, you can assign reviewers, automatic reviewers, where whenever changes are happening to a version to master branch, there must be a approval coming from a certain group or certain person, and you can add these people, anyone you may want to add, you can add these people. And then what will happen, irrespective of whosoever is creating merge with this particular branch, and we call it pull request, we'll be soon talking about that. Your pull request, they must be validating all these things. Reviewer must be approving it. Then there also you can have multi-level of approval, where you can say all of them should be approving it, or one of them should be approving it, or whatever, or it is optional, or it is required, or do you want them to approve their own changes, or do not want them to approve their own changes. All these policy level things, governance level things on the repository level you can define. I'll not go ahead, and I'll just go back and go go to the permissions option. Now we have already seen that policy is there. Now you may want to have little bit more enterprise requirement in terms of permissions. You may want to allow certain group of people to access your repository, or maybe you may want to allow certain group of people to contribute to the repository, but other people should only be able to read the repository. All those kind of fine grained RBAC kind of rule are available in Azure DevOps. There are inbuilt groups, these are inbuilt groups, but you can create your own groups as well. And that is what happens from this teams, from where you can create your own teams. So let's go back to the repository first. We'll be talking about other permission things in detail in next section. But right now the thing is that you have a version control. You can enforce the permissions, enforce the governance that you may want to have in your enterprise organization, so that whosoever is able, whosoever is contributing through to the repository, they are having sufficient privilege. Not only that, most of the organizations in the enterprise must be using an identity management system such as Active Directory. Azure DevOps comes really, nice integration with Azure Active Directory. So you can go there and you can integrate your Azure Active Directory, existing Azure Active Directory, with Azure DevOps, so that you have a single sign-on feature. So not only your developers, your managers are having a single umbrella in terms of DevOps needs, they are also having a single sign-on, kind of user experience in terms of this particular separate service as well, which is connected to the Azure Active Directory. Whatever the permissions you define on the Azure Active Directory, that translate back to this service. And you can use combination of these permissions to access using this particular service in terms of permission and access, authentication, authorization. So you have the permissions, you can design the permission, and then you can define your branching strategy. Then once you have the branching strategy, then comes the pull request. That it also comes a very nice pull request mechanism, where you can create a pull request as soon as you do some changes into develop branch, or any other branch. So suppose I have a file, I will go ahead and go to just a simple readme file. Maybe I'll just go ahead this readme file, and I want to make changes into this file. So I'll say, or maybe I will, I can clone this on the local repository as well, but just it's a simple file, so I can make changes and I can commit it to develop branch, or I can create a new branch. So I'll create a new branch, and I'll say, you know I'll say change demo. So I have the change demo, whatever I have created, and now automatically creating a pull request where I'm saying, okay, I have done some changes into this file. I want to merge back into the develop. Can you please kind of review it or something? So I can assign specifically some person within my organization, or I can leave it there, and as I have shown you, using policy, I can assign people automatically. So whenever someone is putting things in the develop, master, or wherever, it will automatically put things, put reviewers into the pull request. Right now, we will not assign anyone. I will just go ahead and create a pull request to give a experience, and you can see it is approved. It is there, and then this approval process you can govern using policies. You can have a very complex policy where you can say, okay, these people should be approving it, then only it should go ahead, and all those things. Once you qualify all those approval process, then I can go ahead and click on approve. I mean, whosoever it is, ideally it should be some peers within your organization, or it can be your manager, it can be lead, or whosoever is supposed to review the work and then say a go ahead in terms of coding changes. So I have done a very simple change. I'm showing okay, complete. This where code is being merged into from change to develop. And the moment I merged it, that's where the pipeline comes into the picture. Pipelines are CI pipeline. As soon as your code is changed, it should oops, it should trigger a pipeline. And as you can see, there is a pipeline running because of the changes that I just did, and it is running a pipeline. So this is the next service that you have after your code changes are done. You want to have a CI pipeline which can run and validate what is happening. And there again, you can have different level of segregation. You can have approvals. You can have different things. But here what we are doing is we are just running a pipeline, simple pipeline, which builds the software, deploy into QA environment, before Q and then there will be certain approvals and all, and then it will go to deploy to production. This is a very simple .NET application which is being built, and then it is being deployed. Now while it is being done, let's see what exactly a pipeline looks like. When you go ahead and click on a pipeline, this is the you can create a pipeline using a simple process like new pipeline. But before going through this process, let me go ahead and show you what exactly my current pipeline is, what exactly happening right now. So in my current pipeline, if I go here and edit, this is a YAML pipeline. So in Azure DevOps, there are two ways you can define pipelines. One is YAML, that is the sometimes we call it pipeline as a code, and the another option that you have is visual editor. I will just go through the visual editor in a bit, but right now let's have a look on YAML pipeline. So YAML pipeline, the beauty of YAML pipeline is that it gives you end-to-end build, deploy, and test everything in single YAML file. And you can manage it in your version control. You don't really have to do any graphical user interface changes. You can clone it on your local computer just like you do with any other code, and you can start working on this pipeline in a editor like Visual Studio Code or some other tool. Now if you look at this pipeline, there are certain things which I want to discuss. If you see on the very high level, the first thing is trigger explains that when this pipeline will be running. This pipeline will be running based on this changes happening in the develop branch. So I have merged changes into develop branch, and that's the reason this pipeline is running right now. And I did not have to do anything. That's why it is continuous integration. It automatically runs as soon as you can see, first phase is completed, the second phase deploy QA is running. We'll soon go into the details of that, but this is how this trigger happened. Automatically, as soon as I did the changes, it went to the develop branch. Now when it is running, it must need some agent, right? When you run a pipeline, you need somewhere where your task can execute it, whatever the things which is happening here. If I go here and if I go to the build, you can see all these things are happening. All these tasks are running somewhere. It is running on C drive, all these things. Some path is there. Where it is it on my computer? Where it is? This is called agent. So it is, before running this, it asks for an agent, and this agent we are defining here, that what exactly agent I need to run this pipeline. Now once it gets the agent, then it initializes few variables. These variables are kind of a pipeline global level variable. pipeline level variable which can be used in multiple places. It's just a simple concept of variable, just like you have in other scripting languages or other scripts, where you define at one place and then reuse it. We'll see that how many places we are reusing. Once we have the variables, that's where these stages comes in. So we have stages. How many stages we have stages, 3 stages. As you can see, first stage is build, the second stage is deploy QA, and the third stage is deploy prod. And if you see, this is how it looks like. If I go to the pipeline dash, you can see that the first thing is build, the second is deploy, and the third stage is deploy QA. And it is stuck on deploy prod. It is running the deploy prod actually. So I will just come back in a bit after it completed. But before that, let's complete this discussion about stages. Now if I expand this stage of build, what is happening? In the build stage, I have a job. There can have multiple jobs. You can have build job, you can have test job, you can have other jobs during your build. So in our pipeline, we are just using a very simple process where one job is running, which is building and running the unit test in the single job. So we have this job. Within job, we have multiple, we have steps, and in these steps we have multiple tasks. If I just you know and close this task, and you can see this, the first task is it is installing a NuGet installer on the agent. So since you are getting an agent from Microsoft, it might not have a NuGet version that you need for building or restoring your packages. As you know, if you are using a .NET application, you need to first restore the packages before you build it or compile it. So that's where we are installing the NuGet installer. We are telling that, okay, go ahead and please install this version of NuGet installer on the agent. And that's what happens here. If I go into the build stage, you can see this is the task which is happening. It gets the whatever definition we have given, and it install the NuGet installer and then proceed further to the next task, which we have defined here again. And then it goes to the next task where it builds the application, and then it runs the test unit test in the project. And then I'm also running a white source bolt uh, task which scans the open source component whatever I have. It is a concept of DevSecOps or something, where you include validation of any open source component if there are. And that is also visible in the report. If I see, you can see this, there is a report which will show if at all there are any open source component. If it is there, then it will show the very nice report. If it is not there, then it won't show anything. So as you can see, there is no open source component here. But I just you can incorporate this task for and then you can actually incorporate as many tasks you may want. As you can see, there are many tasks that you may need for a specific requirement during your build, during your deploy, or during the other stages you may have based on the requirement that you have. So this is where the build, the end of the day, end of the build, what it is doing is it is publishing the artifact in a drop location, with the drop name. That, okay, artifact name is drop, and that particular drop is being used during the deploy stage. So I have a deploy stage where I am deploying it. Where I am deploying, there is an environment. I will come back to that environment option. But what is happening, it is doing the similar kind of work. If you see, if you just forget about these things, it is doing the similar kind of things that you are doing in the build. It's just that different task here. This task is downloading the artifact from where? From this, which where the last job has published. The last job has published the artifact with this name, and here I am downloading it because I want to deploy it somewhere. And where I am deploying? I am deploying it to a web app service. And the web app service is here, and I can see that it must have deployed now. If I go to deploy QA, it must have deployed to a web app service, and this is where it has been deployed. And if I click on it, it will open the web page of that particular application. So this is the way you can do the end-to-end deployment of your application using Azure DevOps pipeline, using multi-level staging environment that you can have. And as you can see in my pipeline, I am deploying first to the QA, and then I have a stage for production. So what I'm doing is I'm using blue green deployment pattern where I am deploying in a slot. This is my web app actually, Azure web app. In Azure web app, if you're familiar, there is a concept of slot which gives you a deployment pattern of blue green deployment. So you can first deploy it in a slot. You don't really have to manage a separate environment as such. You just create a slot, it replicate your existing environment to a different slot. So I am first deploying into QA, and then in the deploy production, what I'm doing is I am deploying it to I am swapping the slot. And if I go here in the setting, you will get a graphical user interface. Actually, what I'm doing is whatever was deployed in QA, I'm just swapping it with prod. So it's kind of a blue green deployment. First it deployed on the green, and then I just swapped it with the blue. So whatever was there in production, it came back to the QA, and whatever there deployed in the QA, it came back to the production. Now this is happening automatically. As soon as the QA was there, it got deployed into the production without having any hurdles in between. But in real scenario, you might have a co- you know a re- you know a requirement where you want to control the deployment from QA to production. So you don't really want to deploy production without having approval. That is where this particular environment comes into picture. So you have a production environment. So all you need to do, you create a production environment and name that environment here. So I'll just go here. I have a production environment. In this environment, if I click, I can go back and add approvals. So right now we don't have any approval. If I will add approval, and or some other things are also there. I mean, whatever, it is kind of a release gate kind of thing. So if I want to have a manual approval, I want to evaluate certain things, whatever, I can add many things. So I will go with this very simplistic approach where I want to have a manual approval before it goes to the production. Very uh, real time example. I'll just go here. I will search a user. It can be myself only. And I will just say that whenever it is going, it should be deployed using this approval. And it will time out after 30 days. I can, of course, configure it or reconfigure it, whatsoever I want to do, or I can delete this approval as well. So now if the pipeline will run either automatically or I will run it manually. So last time we run it automatically, I can run it manually as well. So I can run the manual pipeline. This is, manual trigger based on the develop. So whatever is in the develop I want to deploy, I can go ahead and click on run. It will again run the pipeline, but this time the difference will be it will reach till here, but before it deploy to production, it will ask approval. Let's wait for some time and it will happen like that. Now apart from these environment pipelines, you have certain more things like task group, libraries, deployment group. And this white source bolt is actually because of that extension that we have added. We will come back to that. For the time being, let's explore these few things which are very important from the pipeline point of view. Task group help you to segregate certain tasks as a group. So what exactly it means that, suppose you have a pipeline. Here I will go to another pipeline. So suppose you have a pipeline, and I will go to this pipeline in the editor. So this is how this visual editor pipeline looks like. So you have this pipeline. Now suppose in your organization, these tasks are used quite frequently. So you can actually collect these tasks and create a global task group. So what will happen is every time you need this functionality, you don't really have to create add these separate tasks all the time. All you need to do, refer this task group that you have created, which is combination of all these three tasks, and you can call these task group in your pipelines. So that way it helps you globally share, it helps you to consolidating certain specific tasks, certain specific functions in your pipeline in a global location, so that that can be reused by different people. It can be, by using different pipeline in the same project, or it can be like, pipeline for different product. But you might need all these tasks across those products, so you can do that using task group. Similarly, you have library. So library helps you, just like task group helps you consolidating all the tasks, library help you to create variables group. So you can create a variable group, and what you can do is you can add certain variables like my first global variable. I will just, just a hypothetical example, and I will say ccd days 2021. So it is a global variable that I want to use in various pipelines. So what I can do is I can combine these various variables, and then wherever I need these variables, I can use these variables in the variable group in the pipeline. So if I go to one of the pipeline, and if I go to that pipeline, there you will see that there are, pipeline level variable, but you can also import the variable. I can go ahead and link the variable group which is available to me on the organization level. I can link it, and then whatever variables are available here will be available to my pipeline. But I can also have variables on this pipeline level only. So if I think I need some variables which are only needed for this pipeline, I, of course, I can create the local, pipeline level variable. But if I think there can be some variables which can be globally used, then I can first create a, library, a variable in variable group in library, and then you can use in multiple task groups. And this is the way your pipeline can use. And now you see that. So right now this build is running, and as you can see, it has been able to deploy, but it is waiting on deploy prod. Why? You can see this, there is a one check that needs to be done, and if I click on it, you will see that that check has some review item, and since I am the approver, it is asking me to approve. So it is asking, waiting for my approval. The moment I will approve it, it goes to the production. So that kind of, approval or evaluation or whatsoever you want to have, you can put it in your pipeline, and using the environments, and then you can, deploy your production code after having valid approvals, whether it is automated or it is manual. We have already seen that, in environments you have various levels of approval, and actually it shows you which pipeline is deploying to this resource, and what are the approvals are there. And if you want to, the approval has to be kind of, they can approve it or not, how many days after that it can be reset, or it can be cancelled, all those things. Now once you have these pipelines run, deployment is completed. At times organizations do not really do the deployment. Many times you may have a requirement where you just build the package. Just an example, you just build the package, instead of deploying it, you just have this package and you want to save it somewhere. You want to save it so that the other person can use it for deployment, or maybe they want to use it for referring in the package, or whatever they want to do. It is called dependency management. So if the people who are familiar with .NET, people who are familiar with Node, will know that there is a package management system in respective platform. In .NET, you may be familiar with NuGet packages. In other platform, npm Python also has a package management system. So other different platform will have different types of package management. So you may not want to, you just want to build the package, and you may want to share this package in the organization instead of deploying it in the prod or QA. So what you can do is you can make use of this next service. We will come back to the test plan in a bit. Next service, which is called Azure Artifact. Azure Artifact helps you to host your packages on a shared location, which can be a private NuGet repository of your own. So as you can see, I have few packages which are coming from NuGet. We will soon talk about how they are coming, but there can be some packages which is kind of published by me as well. Right now there is no package here, but it can be, it can be possible that you can host your own package over here instead of taking it from the NuGet package. And once you have the package, definitely you can manage the version and all those things. And once you have the packages, it can be thought of as a private repository, NuGet repository, and you can connect to this repository using various mechanism. Like, Visual Studio has its own way, NuGet.exe using command line or .NET, whatever, based on the package that you are using. If you are using NuGet, then this is the option that you will be selecting. If you are using npm, this is the option you will be selecting. So you can add these packages into your system, into your editor, Visual Studio, or some wherever you use these packages, and you can call all the packages hosted here. That's how Azure Artifact help you to not only, if at all the deployment is not the case in your case, I mean in your use case, if it is about just hosting it somewhere, it also gives you 2 GB of storage without any cost. So you have 2 GB of storage cost, where you can host your packages after building it through a pipeline or manually building it. So if you go through the Visual Studio option, it tells you that how exactly you are going to connect with the Visual Studio, how exactly you are going to connect to Visual Studio, and how you are going to publish these packages using NuGet. So all those things are available. This is a package management system that you have, that can be a private package repository for your organization. And that is the way it helps you to manage all the packages in your organization, apply governance. So you can put various settings and permissions, where you can allow a different level of people having different types of permissions, whether that person is owner, contributor, collaborator, or reader. Reader will only have the reading access. They can only read the packages from there and use it. Collaborator can actually put things over there. They can push packages. If you think that certain teams are going to push packages there, so actually you will create a group for them and you will give them collaborator access. There is a contributor access. They cannot push their packages, but they can actually get packages from upstream sources. What are upstream sources? So in an organization, it might be possible that you are not only using packages hosted by your organization, but your developer is using packages from some of the public repository like nuget.org, npm. So these are the upstream sources. So you can allow these upstream sources with your organization as well. So you can allow people to get packages from these public repository and then use it in their software. Of course you will try to govern that aspect, because you don't really want to allow everyone to pick packages from this public repository, but because these packages might be not secure, might not be aligned with your organization standards and guidelines in terms of using open source packages. So you may want to control the permission on that, and that's where this permission aspect comes into picture, where you will just give them contributor access. They cannot push their own packages. They can only pick packages from the open source world. But suppose you have a certain developers who are not supposed to push packages, who are not supposed to take packages from the open source community. They are only supposed to use packages which are available, and this is what the reader access gives you. Reader access will give you the only packages which are already available there. You can only refer them, so that you can download, and you can your Visual Studio will be able to restore those packages, will be able to let you use those packages. Owner is like root access. You can do whatever you want to do. You can publish packages, you can give permissions, like I am the owner, because I am the organization owner. So yeah, I can do whatever I want to do with package. So normally you won't give owner access to anyone. You will be probably in your organization, on the scale, in an enterprise scale, you may want to control this permission access in a way that helps you to align with the organization or enterprise details. I mean, in a way that it can be governed properly. And as you can see, these are the packages that you have that are available currently that are fetched either by a contributor or by a owner or by a collaborator, but it cannot be fetched from the upstream sources using a reader access. Now this is the artifact that you have. You can push packages, you can publish packages, you can control governance there. The next thing which comes into picture, which is test plan. Test plan helps you. So once you have the packages either deployed or you are sharing with some other team which is supposed to deploy that package or which is supposed to use it, you may have certain testing process in place which are manual processes. I mean, definitely pipelines will be able to take care of a lot of test cases in terms of unit test, API test, integration test, and all. But there will be still some of the tests that your team must be running, some QA team must be running, and they must be going through those test plans so that they can, kind of raise bugs and all those things. That is where this test plan comes into picture. If you go to test plan, you will see couple of test plans are created, and in these this is the test plan we have, and in this test plan you have couple of tests. This is the test that we have. You can define this test, what exactly is supposed to happen, or you can add new test as well. You can add a new test, in a way it will give you a graphical user interface where you can add steps, what exactly is supposed to happen, what are the things they need to do, and all those things, and what, where exactly happening, and all those things. And based on these tests, suppose we have some test here. I will just go ahead with the existing test. So we have this test. You can just select this test and you can execute this. So executing it, what will happen is the moment you execute, so you can execute it for web application or desktop application. So web application is like, it will open a pop-up in the web browser itself. So let's go for web application itself. And if you execute it, it will open a pop-up, and then your tester can actually follow the steps which are mentioned in the test plan. So they can launch the application, and based on the result they are getting, they can click on done, done, this is not done. This is where, uh what is, so image are not visible. I just put a comment there. And the nice thing about this is that if suppose you are running the test and you are running on the same screen, then you can actually capture the you know the image. So you can capture the image. Let me connect it. Oops. So you need to connect this. So I need to connect here dev.azure. The first time you need to connect so that it can detect where I need to put this screenshot. So I'm connecting to this and I'm selecting. So we have this, and now if I go ahead and select the screenshot, it will, I think, so it will open the screenshot option, what exactly you want to take a screenshot of. So if you have already opened the web app which you are testing as a tester, you can take the screenshot, you can save it, and what it will do is, uh, because of some reason my connectivity is not established yet, let me refresh it. It will attach that particular test process into the bug itself. If at all I will raise it, let's see. So I will go ahead, check these things. I am facing some issues, right? I'll go ahead and select the screenshot and share the screen. I'm just op opening this, and I have this screenshot. I'm attaching it, and it has attached, as you can see, the test, the test execution has attached it. Now what I can do is I can, leave it on this status, and I can create a bug. And the moment I will create a bug, so this is the integration you have with Azure DevOps. So you run, you delivered the software, you started the planning, you completed the deployment. Now you are testing, you are facing some issues, you are raising the bug, you are attaching all the bug information in the work item, and then you are creating this bug and assigning to your team member or whosoever you want to assign it, and then it completes the cycle of your DevOps in this environment. So that is how the Azure test plan gives you a way to kind of do the end-to-end, DevOps or end-to-end lifecycle management using, other services, board, pipeline, version control, test plan, and then of course the Azure artifact. And that's where it completes the whole cycle of your lifecycle management. Not only that, this is the default, the execution that we are going through. Then we have certain configuration, and also when you run test, you might need some configuration. I want to run for Windows server, I want to run Windows desktop, and all those things. So you can go ahead and add as many configuration you may want, the based on the test platform you may want. But after doing all these end to end, Azure DevOps has a very nice feature, or not only nice feature actually, it is having this. Let me show you marketplace, which helps you with so Azure DevOps already comes with a lot of nice features under one umbrella. That is, Azure board is there, Azure repo for your version control, Azure pipelines for CI/CD pipeline, Azure test plan for your testing, Azure artifact for your package management or dependency management. But if at all you are using some of the other services for some of the work, like many times people will, some of the organization will already have some uh, some kind of investment in Jenkins. So they may want to integrate Jenkins with Azure DevOps. Azure DevOps has the answer for it. You go here and you will see that Microsoft and CloudBees, both of them have uh, you know provided some integration for your Jenkins, using which you can do certain kind of integration with Azure DevOps. So you need to install it. The moment you click on get started, it will give you the installation. You need a organization level administrator access. You need to have that particular thing. There is a process to follow, you need to follow that and all those things, and then you can easily integrate your Jenkins with the Azure DevOps. Jenkins is just an example. There are a lot of tools which are there, which you can integrate or which you can use from the Azure DevOps Marketplace, which actually practically extend Azure DevOps for any kind of 99% or 90% of your DevOps needs into your organization. You can access any, you can do whatever you want to do, whatever platform you're using. And this marketplace is increasing day by day. Many times, I mean, Microsoft is working with many vendors, many other ecosystem service provider or product provider, to have them onboarded into Azure DevOps extension marketplace, so that you can use best of all the combination. It's not that you only use Azure DevOps for CI/CD or artifact management or the test plan or something. You can combine these tools based on the needs that you have using these extension marketplace. This is where this Azure DevOps differentiate completely with others ecosystem. You are having almost all the needs that you have for running your DevOps team in terms of board, repos, pipelines, test plan, and artifact. But at the same time, Microsoft is not stopping you there. You want to integrate certain things, you want to have a best out of, you, due to any reason, you want to use other tools from other ecosystem for your DevOps adoption. As you know, it's all about continuous delivery of value, not about tool, not about product. You have that. You can go to marketplace, search for the extension. Not only you can search for the extension, you can also publish your own extension as well. So suppose in your organization you are having a custom need, and if at all that custom logic or the custom thing is not available on the marketplace, then you can actually build that. Microsoft has a framework for that. You can build your own package and you can publish it, so that either you can use it within organization, or just like you are using others publicly hosted packages, other people can use your packages as well. So if you see here on the marketplace, you will see that couple of things are coming from Microsoft, couple of things are coming from some other third party vendors, but there are things which are coming from individual people as well, because they have worked on certain things. They have worked on certain things and that worked well for them, and then they just published it. And you can see couple of people, 4.7k, it is an individual contribution, but people are using it to see a particular aspect in their Azure DevOps pipelines or Azure board or wherever it is applicable. So you can use Azure DevOps pipeline, you can use Azure board, you can use Azure test plan wherever you need a particular type of practice to be implemented. We have already gone through, you need a planning tool, Azure DevOps has Azure board. You need a version control, Azure repo is there. In a very scalable enterprise environment where you have the integration with Azure AD, you have a very fine grained permission things, you have a very fine grained policy management which can allow you to, so allow people to contribute, which can deny people to contribute. All those kind of fine grained permission you can do. Test plan, you can have a end to end integration with your testing team and your development team. As soon as testing team does report something, no need to go ahead and say emails or share screen and all those things. Just capture it, create a bug. From there it will come to the planning stage, where either it will be fixed in the current sprint, if at all it should be, or it will be planned in appropriate sprint by the scrum master or whoever is responsible for. So that way you get the end to end flow there. Now we have covered almost all the services, I mean all the features or services that are coming in the Azure DevOps for the enterprise or requirement. I want to cover, just in the end, I want to cover one more specific things which helps you to do this in an enterprise environment. Now we have discussed about when we ran our pipeline. Let me open this. So when we ran our pipeline, this pipeline ran. Okay. So this pipeline was executed using a agent. We already discussed this agent is something you get 1800 minutes free from Microsoft, and it is unlimited for your public project, like open source public project. But sometime organization may not want to use Microsoft provided agent. Why? Because this particular agent, you have definitely you can run all the things, but once your pipeline runs, as you can see, if I look at this, it is actually copying my entire code on that agent. That agent is only available during the life cycle of the pipeline run. Once pipeline execute complete, end to end, I don't have control on this agent, which is Microsoft hosted agent. This hosted agent, what VM I have got, where it is, which location it is, how secure it is, all those things. Of course it is secured enough. Of course Microsoft will make sure that everything is in place, but some organization due to regulatory requirement may not want you to put things on a machine which is not in your control. That's where you comes into concept, you come across a requirement where you need your own agents. You don't want to run the pipelines against the Microsoft hosted agent in a secure environment. That's where you can actually create your own agent pool. So this is the Microsoft provided agent pool, that is Azure pipeline. And if you see there, you will see that many of the jobs ran on this agent, and there are agents available. Microsoft has provided all these agents to me, all these things are there. But because of my regulatory requirement, I cannot use this agent. So what I will do is I will create a new agent pool, and I can create like this. I can either host my on-premises virtual machines as an agent. So if you have some infrastructure on premises and you want to connect that particular machine for running this pipeline, you can do that. But you can also create a virtual machine scale set. And as you know, Azure Virtual Machine scale set, as you know, this is a scalable solution, right? So you have a virtual machine, it can scale up to a particular number as you may need. So Azure Virtual Machine skill set makes sense where you look at enterprise requirement. You have multiple pipelines running, on different times. Multiple people are, multiple people need agents on the demand. Azure skill set, I mean Azure Virtual Machine skill set helps you in achieving that. But if you don't want that Azure Virtual Machine skill set, if you have an on-prem agent, then also you can just go ahead and create a agent pool, whatever the name you may want. And then you can actually apply permissions, that whether you want this agent pool available to all the pipelines, or you want this to be, specific to pipeline. So for the time being, we will go with the all pipeline. That is, in any organization, anyone who create a project in my organization, anyone who create a project, he will get access to this particular agent pool, he can use it. And that's what it is. But so in some cases where you want to where you have a privileged virtual machines where you don't want everyone to use it, that's where you may want to kind of uncheck this option, or both of these options. Or if at all it is a global kind of thing, you will check this both options. The moment you will create it, all right, the moment you will create it, it creates a pool for you, just like Azure pipelines pool. Now once you have the pool, you got to add the agent, because right now there is no virtual machine. So to add an agent, you go through this process where it will give you a simple script to be downloaded and run on that particular specific machine. The moment you run it, the moment you run this particular script on the machine that you want to register as an agent, it will automatically start showing up over here, just like it is showing for Azure pipeline. And then what you need to do is, in your pipeline where we mention the agent pool, we just mention the agent pool name is this. That's it. Azure pipelines, not Azure pipelines. We need CCD days to 2021. If there are any agent, it will pick one of the agent from there and it will run against it. You have the access to this agent. You can control the artifact which is there. You can control access to it. Whatever the regulatory requirement you have, you can finish it. Not only that, in some cases, when we are running this pipeline, just last example here. So when we are running this pipeline, if you see, we are doing something which is not optimized. I'll just go through that specific step. This tool installer, we are, every time this pipeline is running, it is installing this tool. So if this pipeline is running once in a week or once in a month, it's fine. But if it is running every day, then actually I am losing on 3 seconds per pipeline execution. So if you see it, if it, such tools are there. So NuGet is a very small tool which does take just of 3 seconds. But suppose there are tools which takes almost, so some tools which may take like 1 minute or 3 minutes or more than 4 minutes to install. So what I can do is, if I have the access to agent, why should I install it again and again? I will install it there and I will remove this particular step from my pipeline. So because it is already there, no need to install it again. So these kind of optimization also you can do if you have your own agent pools. And that is why, on the enterprise scale, you may look for your own agent pool. We call it self-hosted agent pool or private agent pool. But at the same time, you can use mix of it. You can use Microsoft hosted agents where you don't really have any kind of any kind of specific need where then there is no issues in running in the Microsoft infrastructure, or the code is not really that does not have really regulatory in requirement or something, and you can actually host it publicly. If at all those things are there, then you can use the benefits that you get as a public project in Azure DevOps. But if you have a private project, the first limitation you have is 1800 minute. The second limitation you have is you don't have access to the agent where your code is being copied and being run. So you want the control, then you get your own agent onboarded into Azure DevOps. And that is how you can use Azure DevOps for doing end-to-end pipeline, end-to-end planning and dependency management, as well as test planning in the single umbrella, and also gets you places where you can integrate with other third-party services or systems. This is the this is how you kind of do all these DevOps adoption on enterprise scale, where you have a Azure Active Directory integration to narrow down the permissions. You have private agents to securely or run your pipeline in a regulated manner. You have Microsoft hosted platform which is scalable, and you have this artifact repository and test plan which integrates well with other services to give you end-to-end traceability and auditability. So all these things make sense in terms of this Azure DevOps, and that's why we recommend this particular tool to have in your organization to run the end-to-end DevOps adoption. Rohit, I think I am done for the today's workshop. You there? Okay, so while Rohit comes in, let me check few more things if I can cover in the limited time. Uh, Okay, so there are few things in terms of billings, in your organization. If you want to cover the billing options, uh, you have to, kind of set up the billing, and for that you need to have a valid subscription, Azure subscription, that is pay as you go subscription. It will just check my ID has a pay as you go subscription or not. If it does not have, then I can attach a new subscription, and then I can actually whatever the things I'm buying for Azure DevOps, I can actually pay using my Azure uh, cost, or using this single place of cost. I can manage the cost at the same place where my Azure cost is coming. uh, this is one aspect in terms of enterprise cost management, which where cost management comes into picture when you go beyond these 5 users. One more thing that we have not been covered is that test plan comes with a trial. So you have everything's free, but test plan is not free. Test plan is a paid service. So for first 30 days you have it free, but after 30 days you have to pay for it. But other than that, you have everything for free. This is the way you can go ahead and use it. We have already covered most of the organization level things from the Azure DevOps point of view, which you need to get started with Azure DevOps. Okay, let me check. Uh, okay, so having said that, I think we can conclude for the lunch, and then after lunch, probably we will meet again for the next session. Let me check with Rohit.
I think Ashish got dropped off. So we'll just wait for some time until he joins.
My session is done. So do we have more time so we can exceed?
Yes, actually, we have 5 more minutes left. So, do you want to take questions?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, just let me go through the questions if there are any. So, yeah, there is one this question regarding the free edition of Azure DevOps.
Yeah. What is the question?
Can you see on your screen? Like,
Let me see. Questions.
okay, so the question is there any free Azure DevOps edition?
Yes, Azure DevOps is completely free. As we have said, it is free for first 5 users. So if you are, if you are, team of 5 people working together, either in your company or as an open source contributor, it is completely free for you. For private project, which is kind of which is not visible to anyone, there is a limitation in terms of build minute, that when you run your pipeline, you need a resource to run. So that is where you comes across 1800 minutes limit per month. But if you are if your project is public, you are running it, you are an open source contributor, your project is already on GitHub or publicly accessible, it is completely free for unlimited time. Run it.
Awesome. So we'll go for the next question. So the question is how to host self-hosted agent in pipeline.
Yes, so we covered that. If we let me also share my screen. Okay, so okay. uh, So if we have already covered that, if you want to host your own agents, you go to the organization setting, and there is a option of agent pool. All you need to do is you need to create a pool. All right. So we have already created a pool with name CCD days. So we have a pool, and there, if you go to agent section, you get the instruction to add your agents. That is your virtual machines over there. So once you run this script on your machine that you want to add as an agent, once you run those script, it will start appearing here as an agent, with the status connected, not connected, and all those things, right?
Okay. So we'll go for the next question then.
Yeah.
So it's a question from Kamlesh. He's asking, can we automate rollback with previous version deployment in case of latest deployment failure specific to environment?
Can we automate rollback with previous version? Okay. Okay. This is based on the platform, so not possible for all the platform. It is completely a platform specific feature that will be there. By default, Azure DevOps will not be does not have any such feature where you can do the rollback on a previous version. But yes, if you are doing on a platform like Kubernetes and all, they have an option where you can do the rollback. So it is based on the platform that we are talking about.
Okay. So the next question is from Mukund.
Mhm. I have SharePoint PowerShell script on my organization Azure repo. How can I use Azure DevOps pipeline to push on test UAT and production farms? Okay, so you already have these on Azure repo. Probably you first have to figure out what are the steps that you take to deploy it on the on the environment that you're talking about. So you must be doing some whatever the scripts are there, you must be running these script using some command or something. You first have to go through those steps, and then you go to the pipeline, create the pipeline, and just try to replicate the same steps that you are doing manually into those pipeline. And that is how every platform starts with. We start with that kind of understanding that this is how the manual thing is happening. Now if we want to automate, what are the tasks I need to put in into the pipeline? And there is a custom understanding you need to have what exactly you do. But yes, you can do it based on the understanding if you have what exactly you are doing manually right now without pipeline, right?
Okay. So okay. So here's the next question.
What is the difference between release pipeline and pipeline? Okay, so pipeline is something is called pipeline is a very generic concept, right? You have a kind of a flow, continuous flow, and you call it pipeline. So in DevOps terms, we entire CI and CD, CI, that is build, test, and everything that you do, and CD means that continuous deployment and stuff where you target the specific server, you deploy it. So you include everything in a single flow and you call it as a pipeline. But this pipeline, this particular entire end-to-end flow, have certain sections. So the section, the before, before deploying, you build it, you run a, you restore the packages, you compile it, you run the test cases, you might do some API testing, you might do some integration testing. All those things we call it as a integration, continuous integration. Now after continuous integration, you do the release, right? I mean, you have done, you have the package, now you want to move it further wherever you want to move, whether you want it to a shared location such as Azure Artifact, or you may want to move it to a production server where you want to deploy it. So if, when you when you are going forward generating the package and about to discussing about the release, that is where, where you are putting it, that's where we call it release pipeline. Part of that section is called release pipeline. So if you look at my pipeline that I have shared during our demo, and I'll just quickly go through that. So if I click on the pipeline that I have ran, this is my this is the pipeline, this is entire flow. I will call this entire flow as a pipeline starting from build to deploy to production. But before deploy, this is my CI pipeline, and starting deploy, it is release management, release pipeline. So it is a part of the entire flow.
All right. So Ashish will take one last question.
Okay. How can I define security so I allow only developer to contribute a certain branch and deny any privilege on master branch? Yes. So a very good question, and it is actually used a lot. So what you can do is you go to your project and you go to the pipeline repo, and you have something called policies. All right. So using policy, you can, first of all, you can avoid people putting things in a particular branch. So this is the way you can say that, okay, anything which is going to master, I have some policy I want to mention. So it must be going through a particular review, number of review, number one review. It must be having someone like, Ashish or whoever the group is. So it must be having Ashish before it goes through the, to the approval. So I can create a policy, one way of handling it. You can create a policy, and based on the policy, you can avoid putting things into a particular branch. Now the next thing is that permission. So the permission is helps you to allow a certain group of people to do certain things. So I can suppose in you in the developer, or in some cases you might want to bypass policy for certain users. Suppose Ashish is kind of a super user, I want to bypass. So I can define that as well on a very narrowed down user level or group level. This is also possible on the permission level or on the policy level. You have to combine these two features to make it, what exactly you want to do in a narrow down approach for allowing people to do certain things, right?
Awesome. So that was really nice of you, Ashish. Like you answered a lot of questions, but we have many more questions. So, like I think like people are still asking questions. So
Okay,
what you
so
can do
let
is
me
like
do one thing. So yeah, those people who are asking question, you can do one thing. As I said, these are the two groups we are running, and we answer these type of questions every day, not only during webinar. So if you have any question, please join these groups. These are our Telegram group. There you can ask any production related anything, and including me, we have a team, we answer it, anything related to Azure. So we will try to answer it. We will, there will be, we do a lot of interaction there. But yes, it was nice, presenting these things. And thank you so much, Rohit and KonfHub team, to arrange this event.
thank you so much, Ashish, for joining us today. Like in a very short notice. Like we know, like it was very short notice. So thank you so much for joining and sharing your so like deep dive experiences with our audience, and people would have really enjoyed the session because that we can see from the comment box, like from
That's
the
great.
number of questions we are getting. So yeah, also Ashish, like you can also do one thing, like you can go to this live session URL on YouTube.
Uh-huh.
I will share with you. and you can try to answer some of them offline.
Yes, sure, sure. I will be happy to answer that. So yeah, let me stop the screen sharing, and
Sure.
I will be going there in the live session, in the YouTube, and definitely I will try to answer some of these questions. Thank you so
Awesome.
much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ashish, for joining us today. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Bye.
All right, so that was Ashish Raj. That was a really wonderful session. So next we have regular talks in the afternoon, and at 1:50 we also have quiz too. So now we'll be heading over for the lunch break. So right now it's 1:30 p.m. IST, and we'll be joining back at 1:50. So all right, let's see you all.
Hey guys, so welcome back after the lunch break. Um, yeah, so we have a lot of exciting sessions coming up, and we also have a quiz time with which we'll be going live in some time. So without further delay, let me just get started with the quiz. So just give me a second. So this is the agenda for after the lunch. So first up we have this session by Nilashima, and then we have a lot of other exciting sessions coming up. So I hope you guys are excited for that as well. And yeah, our all-time favorite, everybody loves a quiz time. So we have the quiz which starts at 1:50 p.m. So the quiz will be starting right about now. Let me share the links with you guys so that Yeah, I see a comment. I'm 1 minute late. Yeah, I'm really sorry for that. So yeah, as you guys know, the quiz is now live. Okay, so now we are live with our quiz. Let's see the leaderboard and see how many people are participating. And so we don't have any entries so far. Uh, so the quiz has been started. We just have 10 minutes left for the quiz. All you have to do is register on our event website and participate with your registered email address and stand the chance to win Azure, and yeah, and stand a chance to win Azure vouchers. So the top 5 winners will get Azure vouchers, and all the winners will be contacted after the event. I don't see any entries as of yet. Okay, there seems to be some problems in the quiz link. So I am resharing the quiz link. The link is as posted in the comment box, and it is live now. In case you had those worries, so the quiz is live now. Um, I have shared the link in the comment box. So the quiz will be open till another 5 to 6 minutes. So all you have to do is register for the event and play with your registered email address. Let me see if we have any new entries on the leaderboard. Yep. So we have 7 entries so far. And as you know, the quiz is open till 2 p.m. So yeah, get it going, guys, and stand a chance to win Azure exam vouchers. All right, we have Shubhendu, who's number one. Who's number one for now with 4 correct options. You're pretty sure you guys can do better. Okay, we have Ankur right now who's topping the leaderboard with 5. All right, so everybody who has problems with the quiz link is updated in our video description and also pasted in the comments. And it has no problems. All you have to do is register for the event and use your registered email address and play the quiz. Okay, so let me refresh the leaderboard once again. All right, so now we have Shivapa, who's number one with 8 correct options, and it's Aditi and Manish, followed by Sujay and Ankur. So these are the top 5 as present at the present moment. and this can change anytime. So only the top 5 winners will be contacted. And if you've already won the previous quiz yesterday or the previous quiz for today's sessions, you won't be counted as a winner, as we choose to have unique winners for all our quiz. So yeah, get it going, guys. Okay, so we have Vipin who's topping the leaderboard with, yeah, and we also have Shivappa and Hariom. So we still have about 4 minutes left for the quiz. So yeah, do hurry up, guys, as we'll be starting our sessions really soon after the quiz ends. I hope nobody's having any problems with the quiz links now. Everything seems to be working fine. Yeah, so just under 3 minutes left for the quiz to end and for us to resume our sessions at CC Days in day 2. So we had an excellent workshop by Ashish earlier, and hope you guys liked it. We have 4 more exciting sessions coming up right after the quiz, and hope all you guys are excited for those as well. All right, so Vipin is still at top. So nobody has been able to beat Vipin yet. Let me refresh it once more. Still at top. Yeah, congrats, Vipin. It seems like you're unbeatable today. All right, guys. So just under 2 minutes left for the quiz to end. So do hurry up. Stand a chance to win these exciting, vouchers from Azure, and kickstart your cloud journey on Azure with these vouchers. Okay, so I'm refreshing the leaderboard one more time. All right, so we have a new number 1. Anirban is number 1 with, again, 8 correct options. And Bipin is number 2. So the top 5 winners will be contacted after the conference ends via email. So yeah, don't worry, we'll be reaching out to all our winners from day 1 and day 2. Okay, so we just have under a minute left for the quiz to end. Come on, guys, just under 60 seconds left for the quiz to end. Let me refresh the leaderboard once more. Okay, we see no change in the top 5. Okay, so I think we are about to end the quiz. So, final few seconds, guys. Those who are just playing the quiz, yeah, do hurry up. Of course, enter the right answers. But yeah, we just have a few more seconds until we complete the quiz. All right, I'll just refresh the leaderboard once more. And yeah, we are done with the quiz. So this will be our final leaderboard. Let me take a screenshot. All right, so all those who are, all those who are winning this quiz will be contacted via email after the conference. And so congrats, guys. Yeah, so that's about it for the quiz. Hope you guys enjoyed the quiz. Yeah, we do have one more quiz coming up after all the session ends. So I urge you all to stay back and you participate in the other quiz as well, and also have fun with the upcoming sessions. So so we'll be restarting with our sessions for CC days. We have an exciting speaker who has been a part of last year's CC days as well. She's been a part of several of our conferences, and we love having her over and having her discuss about her experiences on Azure. So without further ado, let me bring her on stage.
Hi, hello
Hello.
everyone. Hi, Akshay, how are you?
I'm great. I think it's been a really long time.
Yeah, definitely. So long.
All right. All right. So I see that you're doing good, and it'll be great if you can, give our audience a brief introduction about yourself and
I
about
can
what
I can
this
do
session.
interviews as well. Do you want to ask questions?
So yeah, I think probably for later. So it'll be great if you could give a brief introduction about yourself and the session you'll be presenting today.
Okay, so hi everyone. I'm Niloshima. I've been in the industry for I guess 12 years now. As of now, I'm associated with Digital Control INC, and I'm working there as lead architect there. I'll be talking today about some trips, some tricks and tips for Azure DevOps security. How you can secure your Azure DevOps environment by leveraging, doing some tiny tweaks for the security setting, and I'll also cover a couple of security key concepts, which is pretty much common for everything in Azure when we talk about security. We'll have a quick run through with these tips. We'll have a and then of course Q and A's.
Yeah, awesome. So I think without further ado, let's get started. If you could share your screen, I'll add it to the
I
stream.
am doing it.
Okay.
I guess that's yeah. Is my screen visible?
Yep. Yep. I'm adding it to the stream.
Sure.
Yeah. I'll be dropping off.
Thank you. So everyone, thank you so much for being here. This is me. We have already discussed who I am, what I have been doing so far. I have worked with brands like Philips, RBS, Fiserv, and as of now, I'm working with Digital Control INC. You can reach me here at my LinkedIn profile, and if you would like to write me an email, please feel free to do so. We'll be covering some basic aspects of Azure DevOps security today. We'll talk about the key concepts of security. We'll also see how you go ahead and secure your various views in terms of projects, Azure boards, your Azure repository, your pipelines, your test plans, and artifacts. So we'll quickly cover all these things, not in too much detail, but please feel free to reach out to me if you would like to have a chat about all these things. Okay, so these 5 or 6 lines are pretty much the aspects of Azure DevOps security. So when it comes to accessing an Azure DevOps feature, it is helpful to understand these key concepts. So all users are added to the DevOps. Azure DevOps are basically added to one or more security groups. Now, what is a security group? Security group are permissions which either allow or deny access to a specific feature. Then these members of the security group, they basically inherit the permissions which are assigned to the group. And whatever users are part of that particular group, in that each user is also assigned to an access level which grants or restrict access to to a selected feature on the Azure DevOps board. All of these permissions are set at various level, such as, we can set the permissions and on repositories, we can set the permissions on area, paths, pipelines, and so on and so forth. And if we would like to include other permissions, so these other permissions are managed through RBAC, role-based assignment, like something like a database administrator, or maybe a team administrator, or maybe a program manager, that sort of. And maybe, and apart from that, we can also have these role-based assignments, role-based permissions at various pipelines, resource roles as well. Apart from that, the feature which I like personally is the feature flag, because you can sort of enable the access of the feature flag, and a user will be able to either use it or not. So this was pretty much all about the aspects of DevOps security in a very concise manner. But if we would like to discuss a little bit further, we should just know that we have group of users who are trying to access a project on Azure DevOps board. We need to have membership management. We would like, as an administrator, we would like more control on permission management. We would like to have more control on access level management. And to make it easy, we can sort of create user groups. And those user group can be associated to a particular project. So the scope is the project here. They may associate it to a particular organization as well. So to say, if you have multiple projects running in your organization, a single user can be part of two projects. On top of that, we can provide them access levels and permissions. Now, permission is a combination of the security groups and the permission management, where we would like to see what sort of permissions you can apply and on what level you are sort of applying it. These are a couple of key concepts which I would like to quickly cover, that because these knowing these come very handy when we are sort of understanding the whole security ecosystem for DevOps. So access control entity is basically it is basically an entry point to access control list. So this access control entity is an entry point which is basically used to grant or deny a user or a group of user access to any particular Azure DevOps resource. ACL, access control list, is basically a list of permissions which is attached to any particular Azure DevOps resource. Access levels, basically they correspond to licensing level, to provide access to certain features. And these features are managed by the memberships. Audit logging contain changes that occur throughout an Azure DevOps organization. Changes occur when a user or a service identity within the organization edits, updates the state of an artifact, even including the permissions too. My favorite, authentication and authorization. So authentication verifies a user identity based on the credential provided when they sign into that organization in that Azure DevOps board. Authorization refers to the operations performed to verify that identity, which is attempting to connect to a server or maybe an instance that has necessary permissions. Permissions like access to a service, to a feature, function, something like that. Then we have members. So a user account that has been granted membership to an organization is basically a member for that particular Azure DevOps organization. Collections are nothing but a logical container for your projects. You may have 2 or 3 projects running in a single Azure DevOps board, so a collection could be a container for all of your projects, maybe of similar nature. That's how, if that's how you would like to segregate them. Conditional access, it basically provides support for securing your Azure DevOps resources, which are backed by Active Directory tenants. OAuth 2.0 is an industry standard protocol for authorization, and it is supported by Azure DevOps to authenticate RESTful APIs. Organization owner is the person who is creating the organization, and he or she has access to all of the Azure DevOps features and function, and he is sort of capable of granting the access to other features and functions to other folks as well. Permission, like I have mentioned, permission is the assignment which you have made to a user or a group to sort of consume that particular feature or a function in Azure DevOps board. Roles are roles, basically the role is that entity which basically defines what you can access, what sort of role you are going to play. So it's basically a security model that limits action based on the membership within a role and a permission assigned to that role. Security groups, security group is basically a method by which you can organize user and other domain objects to simplify administration of permissions and access, so to say. Service principle is basically a representation for for anything. That could be an application instance, that could be a local application instance, that could be a global application object which is related to a tenant or a directory. So when an application is giving given permission to access the resource in the tenant, a service principal object is getting it gets created. SSL is secure socket layers. So SSL is a protocol which is used to sort of strengthen the security of cloud hosted or maybe on-premises applications. So you basically configure it with the help of HTTPS with SSL, secure socket layers. So SSL is always used to protect Azure DevOps data. Team is basically a group that is defined when a team is created, and it automatically populates the members which are assigned to that particular team. It just a logical representation of a group of people. Tenant is basically your Azure Active Directory, your Azure Directory AD, which is used to manage the access or probably billing. Token are basically tokens are arbitrary strings which represent resources in Azure DevOps. So it can be of different format. The most famous which people are as of now using is JWTs, but each family of Azure DevOps resources is secured sort of different in the different namespaces. So each each security namespace contains a lot many ACLs, access control list, and ACL is contains that token which is basically passed down to through the hierarchy. So these are some concepts which I wanted to sort of discuss with you guys because these are pretty necessary when we for the rest of the things. So we'll just go through to securing your projects. So what you do when you project is nothing but basically an entity which is available on your Azure DevOps board in which you are actually working. So let's say if I would like to what are these how you would sort of secure the whole dashboard things. So you had to have, there are some tips trips around that. I'm so sorry, I'm just unable to pronounce tips and tricks simultaneously, but yeah. So these dashboards are viewable by all the members of the project, which is valid user group. So for me, you can have the permission to either edit and delete the dashboards, or maybe you should also set the permissions for both team and projects dashboard. So what you would like to have here is that um, you have to be a part of a team. All of the members of your that group, the group of that particular project valid, can view the dashboard. To edit, manage, and a team dashboard, you must have a basic access. So, or you have to be a team admin or a project admin, or to tweak that permission. In general, you need to be a team member for a currently selected team to edit that particular dashboard. So this is just nothing. You just have to go to a project setting, and there is a section there, dashboard, and you can sort of give that permission to people that, okay, this fellow is not allowed to delete the dashboard. He can edit and create a new dashboard, but he won't be able to allow it to delete it. uh, Apart from that, you can also set the permission in terms of access the directories, who is basically part of that particular project, who can do what. So if let's say we have 3 people in our team, I am one, I'm not a admin, dashboard admin. I won't be able, and if the administrator says that I cannot delete that particular project, or that the dashboard of that particular project, I won't be able to do that. And it is as simple as selecting whether Niloshima is allowed or not. That is how it basically it happens in Azure DevOps, and it is pretty easy. The second point is the project level permission. So you have to have the project level permission. You have to assign a project level permission to the people who are part of your team. That permission could be build administrator, you can be a contributor, you can be a project administrator, you can be a valid user, you could be a reader, you could be a release administrator, so to say. So all these access level, these permissions are very important when you are trying to you know sort of design your whole Azure DevOps ecosystem, taking security in mind. uh, Wiki permissions are more or less, you can just sort of go ahead and using these wiki permissions. By default, all the people, all the members of your project can read and edit. But if you would like, you can sort of change that grant access depending upon whom do you want to do that, assign that property. Let's just move ahead with how to secure your boards. So under boards, you can set you can sort of grant or restrict access to various work tracking feature by granting user or specific group specific permissions for an object. That could be a project, that could be a collection of projects. So we have administrator roles, we have project level permission, we have object level permission, we have even project collection level permission. So let's just talk about randomly quickly about object level permission. So you can sort of create and edit the nodes under an iteration path. You can define the queries for your query folder. Even you can sort of do define and edit your delivery plans. These are the object level permission which I'm talking about. Then let's just move ahead. A quick tip around how to secure your Azure repository. So by default, member of the project contributor group have permission to contribute to a repository. But to create and to manage those permissions for a repo, you must be a member of administrator group. So if you are an administrator, you can grant or restrict access to a repository by the permission state to, by changing that permission state to maybe allowing a person or denying a person. But you have to be a project administrator to do that. So the default repository permissions are basic. So if you would like to contribute to a source code, you must have a basic access level. If you are a stakeholder, you have access to the private projects, but you do not have access to the source code. So the users who are stakeholders, the access for public projects, they are some of form of the same access as contributor. But if you don't want your stakeholders to sort of jump into your source code, they won't be able to do that. And Azure DevOps support Gits and Team Foundation version control. So do this activity in Git is basically, you can use Git to host and collaborate on your source code. So you can set permissions on across all the Git repository by assigning that permission to the top level repo at the entry point. You can also have individual repository which sort of inherit the permissions from top level. Else if you would like to have, you can set the permissions on the branches which inherit the subset of permissions from assignment made at the repository level. So the more policy you put, the quality of your code, the quality of your Azure DevOps process becomes very easy, right? So that's how you sort of apply these policy in your repository, Azure repos. Pipelines. Now pipelines are basically okay, so when you they are just sort of algorithm for you. You can set these pipelines to make sure that they behave in a very specific fashion. So you can with the majority of features and the functional tasks are managed by individual permissions. Pipeline is something which is managed by role based permission. You can add groups, you can add roles. Each role determines the set of the operations that a user can perform. So you have agent pools, you have security roles at project level, you have deployment role, which is a deployment group security role, which it could be a deployment pool security role, it could be something, a service connection security role. So there are different type of role which come as an DevOps administrator and as a manager. If you are managing Azure DevOps, you should know what kind of role we are trying to assign to a particular user or a particular group of user. So you can save your repository, you can protect your repository, you can have you can have that functionality embed in your YAML file. You can embed in scripts, tools, which are all stored in your version control repository. You can fork it if you do not if you are expecting that you do not so by default your if you are into a private repository or maybe an internal repository, you may or may not want to your user to sort of fork your repository. So you can sort of tweak that permission in that in a fashion where your public repository can be forked, but not your internal or private repository. And even your public can also, you can choose to have that setting where your public is also not allowed to be forked. Each time you would like to access my code, just go ahead and see the code. You cannot fork it and have it in your repository. You can have Microsoft hosted agents for forking the builds. You can have user branches, so to say. We have different type of mechanism the available for your for you to maintain those checks on your resources. And in all these jazz, I personally like security through templates. So you can sort of uh, with the help of Azure pipelines, you get two types of template. You can includes or extend. So includes basically includes template basically behave like hash include in at the time from C++. So as if it's you paste the template code right into the outer file which is referencing it. And if you see about the other template is extend. So extend template is more like inheritance. Whatever the outer structure is, I'm going to inherit it I'm going to inherit its behavior in this one in which I am trying to consume these templates. To secure your test plans, you would like to set permissions and access for testing. So your grant or restrict access to, you can provide that to various manual test features. You set manual test permissions for area paths, for project levels, and you set these permission to manage test controllers at the organization level, at the collection level, at the project level, so to say. And you can also set the permissions to create or maybe delete the test artifacts, because you would like to have your test plans, test suite, test cases, and you at any point of time as an Azure DevOps administrator, if you say that someone is trying to delete a test artifact, you don't want to have that, because that's how your TCM process, your test case management process, is going to be haphazard. So what you would like to do, you would like to by default, you don't want your people to be able to delete that test artifact. But if you are running into an automation sort of that, you would like to have versioning, revisioning on top of that. So all these settings are very consistent and very easy. We just need to know what and where we should sort of tweak this whole security paradigm into it. Last is the artifacts. So what are artifacts? See, whatever packages you are creating, so the packages you host in Azure Artifacts are stored basically in the feed. And setting permissions on the feed allows you to share your package with as many or maybe as few people, depending upon where you are. So you can push package. So there are basically four roles here. One could be reader, collaborator, contributor, or owner. And you would want to there are certain set of permissions like pushing the package, unlisting the package, deprecating the package, deleting the package, promoting a package to a view, saving the package for from upstream sources, editing the feed permissions. All of these you can set these feeds which have these access levels, and owner can definitely add any type of identity, individuals, teams, groups to any access level. So to do that, you just need to go ahead and edit your feed settings, your feed permissions, and that's how you simply go ahead and sort of have that flexibility or maybe control on what a person can do when we are sort of tweaking in terms of the security aspects. So it's very important to understand you should know the difference between feed, project, and project collection. A feed administrator can perform all operation on the feed, editing, deleting, promoting. A project administrator on the has permissions on to administer all aspects of the teams and the projects. He can delete the team project, he can update the project visibility, he can manage he or she can manage the test environments. And then there is a project collection administrator. So project collection administrator are granted all collection level permissions to manage the resources for project collections, adding, deleting projects, triggering events, managing the build resources, and auditing these the streams. You can, depending upon what type of administrator you are, you can change the permissions, you can change the security principles, you can change the ACLs, um, on what sort of restriction you would like to put, and always go for least least permission. You don't need to give everyone everyone should not be able to do everything in your Azure DevOps board. So what you would like to have, if I'm a QA fellow and I would like to have access on my Azure test, and I ideally should only have access on Azure test. I should not be able to to go and sort of disturb pipeline or maybe repos or maybe boards. I should only have access to the Azure test. And having said that, I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. I think I am a minute. I've exceeded a minute, but Akshay, I'm done.
Okay, that's great. I'm pretty sure everybody had, everybody enjoyed your session. I don't see a lot of questions. That means you explained it pretty well.
I
Okay,
was running
but
actually.
okay, if you say so. But I see a couple of questions, and yeah, let me quickly display them so that you can get them cleared.
Mhm.
Okay, that is one question from Swati.
No, you
Okay, is
are
that it?
overcorrect. Yeah. So you should as in reader, in any paradigm, if you are a reader, you are only supposed to read. You're not supposed to modify it. And installing something is modification. So the answer is no.
All
And
right.
if people are capable of doing in your Azure DevOps organization, please stop them. Then they are not readers.
All right. We have another question from Ashutosh.
Um, one environment to other, it's like from Linux to Windows, or from different project to project, organization to organization. I mean, I need a little more detail. But security groups are migratable. You can migrate it. I am just not sure whether what is the source and destination here, but probably you can paste your question and I'll get back, and when other people are speaking, I'll just try and answer your question.
Yeah, I will be sharing the live link with you in so that you can get on the YouTube link, and if our participants have any further queries, you can clear them. All right. So I
Yeah.
think we still have time for one more question. Do we have any more questions for Nilashima? Oh, okay, we do have a couple of questions, so this will be a last question.
Okay, the answer is pretty long. So let me, give me a couple of moments. Let me type it, and I'll sort of give that to you, because it's a view you definitely have, but VPN basically uh, make that process a little tricky, tacky, but at the same time your security improves because you have a tunnel running through your if you are on-prem and on-prem and if you are in hybrid sort of environment. But I'll sort of answer this question in a moment. I'll explain the steps.
Awesome. If you have any more questions for Nilashima, please ask them so that she can answer them in the chat. Okay, Nilashima, I'll be sharing with you our live link where you can
Sure.
you just log in and just answer all the questions on YouTube stream. And once again, it was great
Definitely.
having you with us for
Thank you so
this year
much.
UCC days as well. And
Thank you so much.
and yeah, I hope you have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
All right, guys. So that was Nilashima. Hope you guys enjoyed the session. Yeah, I seem to have a little internet issue, so I'm really sorry for that. So that was Nilashima. Hope you guys enjoyed our session. We do have our feedback forms open, so yeah, do leave a feedback on how our sessions are going so far. If you like them, if you expect more, what are the changes we can make, etc. So yeah, without further ado, let me bring on stage our next speaker. It's going to be a pretty interesting talk, but I'll leave it to Mayank to explain further. So I'm just adding Mayank to the stream. Hi, Mayank. I think you're on mute.
Hey Akshay, how are you?
I'm great, Mayank. How are you?
Great, doing great. Thanks for asking.
Awesome. So yeah, it's really glad to uh, yeah, and I think you are ready with your session. So before we start, I think you can give a brief introduction about what your session is going to be about and about yourself as well.
Sure. So in this session, we are going to talk about what is continuous testing and how can we leverage modern tools in order to actually fasten this process and have the great feedback at the right time. Because DevOps and testing teams are actually tightly coupled these days, and they has to work in cohesion. So as the tools are progressing, as the methodologies are progressing, we need to see like what approach to adopt and what's the best way to do that. And so now that was about the topic. Now about myself, I lead engineering team at Lambda Test. We're a cross-browser testing tool, and we do a lot of research on how we can improvise the tooling around testing and how can we provide major features so that teams can adopt testing culture into their teams as early as possible.
Awesome. So if you can share your screen, I'll add it to the stream and I'll drop backstage so you can continue with the session.
Sure. I think my screen is already on sharing mode.
Yeah, I can see it. So just give me a second. I'm adding it to the stream. If you can have your slides ready to present, that would be great.
Sure.
All right, I'll be backstage.
Thank you. So we'll actually talk about the continuous testing, but before that, I'll just show you like there's a demo app that I prepared like a couple of years ago, which didn't include testing at that time, but I thought this was a great moment to actually improvise that setup and add modern testing into it and serve it as a demo in this talk. So the app actually was a simple time management tracking app. It was written in MERN stack. I mean, most of us will be familiar with the term. So it's like Mongo, Express, React, and Node.js. I do come from JS fanboys club, so yeah, everything going to be JavaScript here. So this R class app is actually an example app that I would like to have this in today's demo because it actually represents a miniature of what major technology stacks a company is having and what different components and what different stages an app can be included in testing. So for the demo, like the way it looks, it's just like that. We have a login and we have a sign up. And for this demo, actually, I forked the repo in the Lambda test repository and added testing. So we'll be going deep into how the testing is orchestrated and how can we use the modern DevOps tools in order to ease in that process and provide main features to the teams as well. So before we do that, I'll just go ahead and do a very minor change in the app. So as you can see that this is a GitHub repo, and we are just going to follow a normal user flow where our user is actually a developer, and developer comes in and does some change and raises a pull request. The way it actually modern companies deal with the change merging. So actually, this is going to be React, and I'm going to explain in deep what each component is about. But for now, I'm just going to do a little change, and let's see like how our GitHub pipeline actually triggers all the controls here, and what are the stages that are involved in the testing. So instead of doing this, I'll just go and do a very minor change in the README. So like instead of merging directly into the master, like most of the teams have restrictions already in the place. So the way that teams approach is via creating a pull request. So and this is the flow that we can create a pull request. And now this repository has been set up like a couple of different testings. So the pipeline will trigger from this point and we'll go ahead. Now, while this is running, we'll go back to what actually continuous testing means, because during that time, our time taking steps will be done and we'll be having a ready state in order to view like what happened at that stage. So the major goal of continuous testing is to actually provide a safety net for the organization, because organization at the very least expects that the newer changes and the new release candidates are not something that are going to break the user's experience. And that is the most important thing. Like if we have to just note down the crux of what continuous testing means, it actually means that we are providing a confidence to the business, confidence to the top management that all these things, all the changes that are going to product are gone through a very strict pipeline that ensures that nothing wrong can go on production, and everything is reviewable, everything is tested on users acceptability testing. So that is a major crux. Now it has some following characteristics that we can actually go through. One is a seamless integration with the DevOps. So continuous testing does also emphasizes that testing doesn't need to be tackled at the end of the cycle, because it's very difficult if you start adding testing when you're going to just release it. Because I mean, first of all, the developer is biased because they already have created something with their mind and they are not actually going to think from different directions at that time, because there's a lot of pressure involved. There are a lot of activities involved in which they have to focus. So adding test case just before deploying to production is a very bad idea. So the idea is that when we are developing the pipelines, when we are developing the infrastructure to deploy the project or host a project, it's very important that we include testing at that point in time. Now, the kind of testing that we can include can vary from organization to organization, because not every organization requires all amount of testing, right? So, but it's very important to know that continuous testing means the end user is not impacted. So couple of new companies as well as mid-sized companies do often ask a question that if you were to start testing today, like which one was the most critical part should we look into? So what we suggest to enterprises as well as mid and small size companies, that first we should test the most critical components. And most critical component means like, is the app usable by the customer or not? I mean, ultimately it wouldn't matter that the internal components are working as expected according to our thinking, but it does matter that is the app usable for the end user. Now that means that is the user able to sign up, for example, is the user able to log in, or maybe user is actually able to interact with the product. Because if that is not happening, all other tests are meaningless, because I mean that is just going to add to our development pipeline, not going to give a lot of ROI. So if you were to actually add testing, I think the end level testing is the most important one that we should start with. Second is embeds in the development cycle. Now, not just DevOps, it also means that continuous testing needs to be added at a developer level, because I mean developers should be responsible for writing their test cases. End-to-end test cases are not something trivial that developers can write into. Yes, so if you're starting from scratch, I think adding a QA team will be a better option, so that you can start writing E2E test cases. But as your company gets matured, as you add more people, as your processes get more matured, the onus of writing unit test case should fall onto the developer. And that is why we have seen different methodologies like test-driven development, behavior-driven development, which actually enforces you to write the test case first and then do the development. So that should be the end goal of continuous testing. Yes, that whenever we are developing something new at a later stage, it should be accompanied by a test. Going forward, continuous testing covers everything from left to right. Now, we have newer terms coming into the jargons today, that is shift left and shift right. Most of you must have heard about it. So shift left trend means that the testing is moving back into the developer. So if we think about this diagram, so our pipeline starts from the left hand side and moves on to the right hand side. Now shift left means that we are moving the testing at the earliest stages at the development. So at the commit level itself, you're writing a test case that is going to decrease the number of errors that are going into production on the later stages, because the cost as well as time required to fix a bug for any for any piece of code actually increases in time complexity as you move on to the right. Because By the time it reaches the pre-prod stage, it gets very difficult to accommodate the change as well as apply the fixes, because a lot of other things have depended on that. So the shift left terminology as well as methodology states that testing should actually start from the left hand side, where developer is actually writing the code. But what continuous testing means is that you shouldn't just include the shift left methodology, you should also include the shift right methodology. Shift right means that you are not just testing before deploying into the production. After it's deployed to the production, you should test it as well. Now, when it's deployed to the production, yes, there are a lot of things that might not give you ROI, because I mean the impact has been given to the customers. So for that, the shift left is helping us. But shift right means that even after deploying to the production, we might face some use cases, or we might face some situations which were not feasible to be tested in the pre-prod environment. But now it's in the prod, we should test it again, and that completes the whole loop. Because when you are testing on the production, you find new bugs, and that leads to the newer development cycle, because I mean that bug has to be eventually solved. Now, when you found the bug on the production, now you again give back to the development cycle, and from development cycle, since the shift left is already there, the developer will start adding test cases at the development level itself, which were actually skipped in the previous cycle. So if we see into it, that by including both shift left and shift right, we are completing the loop, because the end goal is that everything should be tested. Now, another important aspect of providing a testing framework and as well as testing platform to the teams is that we need to run right test at the right moment. Because I mean, if we move into the QA world, if we move into the testing world, there are a lot of different kind of testing. We have unit test cases, we have integration test cases, we have functional test cases, we have end-to-end test cases, and then we have other kind of test cases, such as performance testing and all. But we should remember that all these different kind of testings are important at different stages. So for example, end-to-end testing. Now, end-to-end testing is the most time-consuming testing, and the feedback loop is longer as compared to the unit testing. So if the developer who's writing the code is also writing the end-to-end test cases, that is going to increase your development cycle by a huge amount. So that is why we should be focusing a lot more on what kind of testing we are doing at this moment. Now, now let's go back to the example of integration testing. Now, integration testing means that, for example, my backend is exposing its services over the API, and my backend is also talking to some kind of a database such as MySQL or MongoDB. Now, I could write unit test cases in order to ensure that my minor functionalities and major functionalities are working out of the box. But is my system usable after interacting with the real world systems such as databases? So for that, we have integration testing, but we also need to focus on this point, that integration testing means that you've already done your unit test cases. Because I mean, if you've not done the unit test cases, it won't help you much, because I mean, integration test cases do not happen as frequently as the unit test cases. And the reason is same: the time required in order to write as well as run integration test is much more than that of a unit test cases. Now, come back, see another point for the end-to-end test cases. Now, end-to-end test case should only be done just before deploying it to the prod, right? Because now all the systems are working together. We have done the integration testing, have done the unit test cases. So now it's the best time, because now we know that individual components are working in concert. It's just the end user experience that needs to be tested. So continuous testing should definitely emphasize on like what kind of test we are writing and using at what stage. And the next point we already discussed, that end goal of continuous testing is to provide the safety net. Because if that is not being fulfilled, there's no use of testing. We are just wasting our man-hours. We are just wasting the resources, because the end goal of the testing is actually in order to stop wrong things from going in the prod. And if it's not doing that, it's not worth it. Last but not the least, that as we talked, that as our stack is evolving, as our infra is evolving, we cannot go ahead with the older and archaic tools. Our tooling has to be evolved as well. I mean, for example, if the developers are using containers to deploy their application as well as develop the application, why not use containers for testing as well? Because if you use the same thing for testing, you are as close to the in delivery environment. Because, for example, let's say you are testing on a virtual machine and you're deploying in the container, you'll be wasting a lot of time while setting up the test case. Now, that is not our end goal. Our end goal is to actually shorten the feedback loop. But if we are not using the Docker container for testing, while on the other end you're using Docker container for the development, you're actually wasting a lot of time, and vice versa. So modern tools are definitely a requirement for continuous testing, because that will only solve a lot of your problem and not going to reinvent the wheel. So that goes a long way. Now, for today's demo, we are going to see like how a MERN stack application, GitHub Actions, Lambda and Azure can actually provide you a platform to do your end-to-end test cases, as well as do the continuous testing. So let's go back to our example app, Hourglass. So as I already displayed that, it's going to be a very simple app which allow users to actually log in. Let me just sign up for this. Pardon me for the weak password, because I don't want to open my password manager for this demo. Yep. So the application is very simple. As I told you, it just allows you to jot down and note the amount of time you spent in some task. This is what the whole application is about. Now, if we go back into the repository, we can see how it's currently developed. I'm not going to waste a lot of time here. So the client is written in React.js, and the backend is written in Node.js with Express as its server component, and we're using MongoDB for the database. Now let's come back to the testing. Now we have seen that it's a typical application with the front end, the back end, and the database. Now, what kind of different testings we can include at every step? So one is the unit test case, because that are the smaller test cases that only work in isolation, that are only concerned that if the target functionality is working or not. So it's not concerned with that if this function, if this block or this component is going to work in a concert with other blocks. It's just going to focus at, is this block working or not? So the best way to do this, write the unit test cases. So in React, in the React ecosystem, people generally prefer to use Jest as a test framework runner, and I've also done same here. So the most basic kind of test case that anybody can write is just to check that if the React component renders or not. So that is what we have done. So we just imported the element, and we are seeing that is the React able to render a document or not, because that is going to be a very blunt test, like will this work or not? I mean, no gray area, just black and white. It gives a lot of confidence that what we are developing is not going to at least crash, right? Obviously, there's a lot of scope. I could go ahead and fiddle with all the handles and knobs and test it out well, but for the purpose of this demo, I think these kind of tests can actually serve its purpose, that they are just checking that if the component renders or not. Now, this is for the front end. Now with the back end, now when you talk about backend never works alone, because it has to talk with different systems. It has to talk to queues, it has to talk to messaging systems, it has to talk to databases, as well as other components. So when writing backend, it does make sense that we're actually adding an integration test layer for the backend. Now, what integration test layer does is that it actually checks that if your API is called from the outside, will it perform the all basic steps? Will it create the necessary entries in the database or not? And will it going to give the right response or not? So if we cover all these things, we are at least safe on the part that the contracts that we're exposing out to the app are going to work correctly or not. So as always, like, I mean, there's a lot of scope to add a lot of testing, but going by the Pareto's rule, only 20% things are most critical for the 80% of the functionality. So that's what we're targeting here. We're just going to check that is my sign up flow working or not if I'm going to use the authorization API and the authentication API. So what we do here is that we do create some records in the database, and then we actually see that when we are going to hit the API, are we going to get the same results or not? Are we going to create new results or not, which are expected or not? So this file actually gives an example of how test cases can be written for the integration test cases. Now we have done a unit test case, we have done the integration test case, right? Now we actually need to see like if the backend and the front end can work together or not, because I mean we have tested backend and the front end in the isolation. Now it's time to actually see that is my app currently usable by the users or not, because that is going to be very important and critical stuff for us. How do you do that for web applications? The answer is simple. I mean, there are a lot of tools these days. For this particular demo, we have pulled in the Selenium scripts. Selenium is a very mature platform that allows you to test a web application from end to end, from end user's perspective, and on different browsers, and providing different capabilities. So here we are using Selenium WebDriver in order to write a test case, and that test case is going to be very simple, where we're actually going to load up our page and we are going to run a Selenium script that actually goes on and signs up a user, and then using the same credentials actually checks that is it able to log in or not, because if it actually works, it should allow the user to log in with the credentials that we have added in the previous step. So this is how it's being done there. So now we have seen that we are adding three kind of test cases there. One is the unit test case, one is the integration test case, and the last one is the end-to-end test case. So as a developer, you can go ahead and do it on a local system. So for that, we already have some scripts ready in the package JSON. So in order to run the unit test case, you just need to run a yarn test or npm run test. If you want to actually run the integration test case, you can run this command. And finally, test. If you run this, you'll be able to run end-to-end test cases. Now we have to, as we saw in the previous slide, that it's very important to actually use the right set of tool. So now unit test case as well as integration test case can run on the developer's environment, but running an end-to-end test case means that we need to check it from the end user's perspective, and it's not always easy to actually test this kind of testing on a local system. So that's why there are a lot of tools in the market, and since I come from Lambda test, I'm going to be biased about that. So for end-to-end test case, we're actually going to use a Lambda test, because Lambda test allows you to actually test your website and like a lot of different combinations of OS and browsers, and without the hassle of setting up the system itself. Because in the end-to-end test case, it's very important that we have a video record of how the test was performed, the list of screenshots, the list of network logs, as well as other logs. Because if I'm going to do that on my own, it's going to take a lot of time, and there's not much ROI in that. So as we see that this is how our app is composed and the kind of testing that we have added, I'll just spend a couple of seconds more on the other best practices when you're developing an application. So apart from this, the mature companies also enforce a style guideline, like how are you writing the code? And for that, we have got a very huge community in JavaScript, and that is led by ESLint. So ESLint is a very good tool, and it allows you to actually enforce the style guidelines, like are you writing the code in the correct manner or not? So when the linting is enforced across the team, it does make sense that we are also linting the code. So linting becomes a part of your testing pipeline as well. Because ultimately, if you are writing a code that is working functionality wise okay, but it's not conforming to a standard, it's going to be a major bottleneck. And that's why it does make sense to add it as a very important step in our pipeline. So that's what we have done here. I'll show you in a couple of more minutes. Now, apart from this, I mean, most of the mature companies also create documentation by the code, right? So, for example, the most important documentation for API documentation. So, for this example, we can see I have hosted a documentation here. Yep. Now, if somebody had to write an alternative UI or maybe an Android or iOS application, it will be very easy for them to do that, because our app is cleanly segregated into different components. The backend is doing what it's supposed to do, and the front end is actually a layer that consumes the API. So if you see that for a matured company, it's very important that they expose the documentation that makes it easier to integrate with different clients. So if you see that we have different documentations, somebody can come in and hook a completely alternate front end. Now, when you have enforced the standard, it also makes sense that you are checking that are you able to build a documentation or not. While doing a change, a developer might accidentally break your documentation. What do you mean a break by documentation? Let's say they add some code that makes it impossible to generate the documentation for the future releases. Now that is going to be a major bottleneck again. So as continuous testing tells us that we should be capturing all those bottlenecks that might become a major hurdle in the future. So adding a step which checks that are we going to build, are we able to build the document with this pull request is very important. And last but not the least, there are more functionalities in React ecosystem, and what they call is that isolated component testing. So there are major frameworks to do that. One is Storybook. So Storybook actually allows you to develop a component in isolation and allows you to display all the different shapes and sizes a component can look into. By example, providing some parameters, by providing some flags. So since this is also an important step, we have also integrated in our testing pipeline. I think we have talked a lot about what this app does. It's time to actually go and to see like what we have done at the GitHub level in order to build this pipeline. So like GitHub Actions was the latest entry into the CI/CD world. Travis CI, Circle CI, all were actually major players in the past. But what we have observed that with GitHub Actions, it's actually very, very easy if you want to write a new pipeline. If you're first of all coming from the different backgrounds, or if you're a newbie, because the documentation is really great. The way they have structured their pipelines is very easy. So as you see here, I'll just go through each step here, how our pipeline is constructed and how we're able to run end-to-end test cases. So the major USP of this talk was that we should be able to use on-demand preview environments by using Azure. Now what that means is, let's say you created a pull request, you ran all your test cases, but at the end, even though all your test cases were passing, we just wanted to see like how's the app looking like. So for that, we can actually use Azure container instances to spawn up a new environment for every pull request. Now that gives you a lot of flexibility. First of all, it allows you to add a manual approval step where even though after you're running all the steps, it's let's say the user acceptability team or the product manager goes there itself and runs some manual test cases, because we'll see like how manual test cases are very important here. Another is that let's say your some test case breaks in the end-to-end testing level. Now it becomes very difficult in order to recreate that environment later on. So why not create it at there itself? Because that's the best time. We have the code ready, we have the container ready. So why not just go ahead and create an instance that helps us into testing it. So let's see how we have orchestrated our pipeline for this. So what we have done essentially is that we're going to run this CI pipeline on when you are going to create a pull request on these are the branches. So first of all, as we saw earlier, that we need to run right tests at the right time. So it makes sense in order to, is our front end actually building or not? Forget about the test cases. Let's say we had a syntax error, right? So if we are not catching at the right stage, it's not worth it to run the entire pipeline in order to see the failure later on, because that is going to waste a lot of time. Because as you've seen that we have added so many steps. So it's imperative that the pipeline is going to take a little bit time. So if we are waiting till the end in order to figure out very basic error, it's going to waste a lot of time. So that's why we should always, first of all, add a very basic step like, is the application building or not? So that is what we're doing here. We are just installing our app dependencies and seeing that if the front end builds or not. Second is, now when your app has built, now we've seen a lot of options there. We have linting step. We have a step that builds our documentation. We have a step that builds a storybook. And then we have unit test cases. We have integration test cases, and we have end-to-end test cases. Now let's take a step back and see that, is it essential to run these steps in sequence? Absolutely not, because we already had this step which tells us that the application is good to be built. Now when the application is good to be built, we shouldn't be running these steps in sequence, because it doesn't make sense, because they are not dependent on each other. All these kind of different testings are totally separate. I mean, linting and building documentation are the lowest hanging fruits. I mean, these are the no-brainers. So most of the companies already run them in parallel. But what others do not do is that they actually first unit test cases and then integration test case and then end-to-end test case. I think that's a waste of time, because ultimately you need to run them in parallel, because they're not dependent on each other. All the source code for the testing is already segregated. For example, the integration test case happens in the backend. Unit test cases are running in the front end. They could also be in the backend, but the code is automatically segregated. And then the Selenium code. So Selenium code is already not sharing anything with major source code. So it doesn't make sense in order to wait for the kind of testing to complete. So that's why what we've done in this pipeline is that we are running them in parallel. So this is a major step here. After you run your end-to-end test case, what we can do in order to help our dev team here is that we just create an on-demand preview environment for them to test it out. So the best way that we have done here is that we can use Azure container instances. So Azure container instances are very easy. I mean, if you have a Docker file already ready with you, you are just a step away in order to preview your environment. So what we're doing essentially here is that we are actually building a Docker image with some tagging here. So what's an important step to note here is that we are utilizing the GitHub's pull request number. So let's say a lot of developers are working in parallel. So what we want is that our pipeline should be completely isolated and everyone should have their own isolated environments. So for that, what you've done is that we have tagged a Docker image by their GitHub event number. That is usually the pull request number. But in some extreme cases, there are some other information that is also included in this. But for now, what we can do is that as we get to this step, we're going to build a Docker image with the pull request number as its tag. Once we are done with this, we just need to push it to Azure. So Azure has already released a lot of good GitHub Action plugins that make it very easy in order to integrate into the pipeline. So for example, if you need to use Azure CLI, you need to first of all log in. I mean, most of us must be aware of that. So I mean, adding into the GitHub pipeline is a very easy cakewalk now these days. Just need to add this 4 lines and you're done. Similarly, you can use this Azure CLI script plugin, which allows you to run inline scripts. What I've done here is I'm just going to create Azure container instance with the resource group Argla that was already created. Now, with the name of Argla's appended with the GitHub's PR number. So now that will make a unique environment for each pull request that are not colliding with each other. And following other just the steps that, I mean, worth noticing that we are providing the correct image that we built in the last step. We are providing is the DNS name to the similar manner as the name, so that I mean, it's easier for us to actually see like and use it. So ports 80 and 4000 on 80 we're exposing the front end and 4000 we're exposing the back end. And that's
Mayank,
it. So after this step,
really sorry to interrupt.
actually, yep.
Yeah, so we are actually running a little overtime. So if you could summarize it, real quick, we have actually we have our other speaker ready, so that'll be great.
Sure, definitely. So after this, creating the container, we can just hit notify on Slack command. Now let's see. I've already created a pull request in the background, and we already did that earlier as well. So let's go into the action. So yeah, so here's the thing that we were actually discussing about. So GitHub nicely plays it well. We have a built pipeline that is followed by end-to-end test and these pipelines in parallel. So everything happened in parallel here, and finally generated a preview environment for you. So I've added a Slack notification so we can actually go here and see. Yep. So a preview environment is created such as with this domain name. Now, this is completely separate for each pull request. Now, you can imagine like when your developers are actually deploying in parallel, they all have these parallel segments with them. So let's just go there and see that we just did a small change, and that is the impact of having the manual test kits at the end. Because even though all your test kits passed, you made a small minor change which actually ruined whole user experience. And that is why having a manual step just before deploying the product is very important, because it gives you a 40,000 feet overview, a bird's eye overview, but it's still very important in order to catch bugs. So that is how like a preview environment here saved up from actually merging a pull request that actually might have destroyed the user experience. So one last step here is that since we are providing events, we're providing the preview environments for every pull request, it's very important to actually clean them after the pull request is closed. So let's say we close this pull request. So our action here will run that will going to destroy this preview environment, because DevOps must know the pain of adding an extra cost to the environment. So yeah, so here this completes our whole continuous testing cycle where we have created an environment, closed it, tested everything well. Since we're running out of the time, I will just want to skip to the questions and would love to connect with you offline in order to discuss this in detail. I have skipped a lot of parts due to the brevity of the session, but yeah, please let me know if you guys want to hang out.
Awesome. Yeah, awesome, Mayank. I'm pretty sure that was a great session. So there are actually a few queries, but since we are running a little, like late on time, it would be great if you could take these offline and answer them. I'll be sharing with you the YouTube live link so you can answer all of them offline.
Sure, definitely.
All right, Mayank, it was great having you with us. And yeah, I hope we collaborate again. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. So that was Mayank with this session. And so we have our other speaker ready, our next speaker. We had her with us for our last CC days as well. So yeah, without further ado, let me bring her on stage.
Hello, Akshay.
Hi, Menaka. How are you?
Yes, I'm doing good. How about you?
Awesome. I'm doing great. So really glad to have you with us here for CC Days 2021 as well. You were a speaker for last year as well, and your sessions were very well received. So if you could start with a brief introduction about yourself and what your session is going to be about.
Yes, actually, I am Menaka Bhaskar Pillai. I'm working as a senior programmer. I am going to discuss about how to build, test, and as well as deploy your .NET Core apps with Azure DevOps. So this is all about we are going to see in today's session. So let's move to the next slide, where I'm introducing myself. So I'm a Microsoft certified trainer. I'm having about 2 years of experience. So this is my platform where you can reach out me for any doubts and clarification. So other than that, I usually do blogging and speaking. So let's move to today's session agenda. So what we are going to discuss in today's session is we already have a lot of DevOps related activities, like doing activities from code base as well as from DevOps end. For example, as a developer, at some point we need to do some DevOps activity, but at the time we will get some hardship where we don't know what to do exactly. So to make all the tasks easily, especially for a .NET developer, there are some inbuilt feature that is readily available to perform the pipeline activity, which I already mentioned, like building as well as testing as well as deploying, which include packaging also. So all this activity we are going to see in today's session by means of Azure DevOps. So in this agenda, what I have mentioned is I'm going to create a .NET Core project. It is up to you. You can create a .NET Core project or .NET Framework project, whatever it is. After that, I'm going to restore the dependency and I'm going to build and test all the things related with my .NET Core using the task. You can perform the same task what I am going to perform today in script wise also. But to make the work easier, I'm going to do by means of tasks. And then we are going to do the publishing activity, which include packaging also by means of task. All the activity what I am discussing today can be done readily by using script, that is like CLIs. But to make, as I mentioned before, to make work easier, there are inbuilt tasks which are available in the DevOps session. We are going to build, test, and deploy. And at the end, I'm going to deploy the application to Azure, where we can able to view the changes what I have done in the existing application and how my application works after doing some changes with modifying the YAML file or anything. So this is all about today's session. So let's get into the next slide where we are going to create a pipeline. So this is very basic step whenever we are getting as a developer into the DevOps end, because when we have been handed over a DevOps, where we will stuck someplace where we need to start. So to all the newbie who are unaware of DevOps being a developer, so we just need get into the pipeline. Once after getting into the pipeline, we need to click a create pipeline session, so which will be detailedly mentioned in upcoming slide. So let's move to the next slide where I'm just going to the 4 action which need to be performed. For example, when you're having your source code somewhere, either you may have in your repo, or it may be in your bucket, or it may be in anywhere, for example like Git also, you need to choose where your source control is. So this is the first action you need to perform as a DevOps engineer. So you need to connect. So where is your code? You just choose. For me, in my case, I already created one .NET Core project, and then it has been in my Azure repos Git. So I need to choose my code. Once after I'm choosing, I'm going to the next slide where I need to select the repository. So for example, after choosing particular repo, I need to choose where my code being held up. So which is explained in the next slide. After choosing the version control, let's move to the next slide. So there I need to select the repository. Once after the repository is being selected, I'm moving to this next slide where I need to configure my pipeline. So this slide is very, very important because the configuration part differs your framework. For example, being a .NET framework and .NET Core developer, there are a lot of difference between both the architecture, as we know. So it is not like I can go with the .NET Core with the .NET framework thing, and then I can able to publish and I can able to perform other tasks related to that. Here we need to make sure like what exactly our application is, either it's a core architecture or a framework architecture. Depend on that, we need to configure. Once after it is done, we need to review it. This is explained in the next slide. So usually the reviewing part is very quite easy. What we will use to do is like we will review the YAML file, and for example, in same thing, if we are going with the containerization activity, this cannot be done easily. For example, with Kubernetes, there are a lot of additional activity you need to do. You need to build an image, and after that you need to push an image. All this activity will be associated with the Kubernetes whenever you are going with the multi-level service architecture application. But this is a simple architecture application, so I'm just going with the normal reviewing process. Once after that, I'm going to click save and run, and then I'm going to save and commit, which is explained in the next slide. So it is like a flow follow up. You just need to track your commits, and you need to monitor where exactly the changes you have done. So this is the slide which is explaining the commit. Once after this done, the pipeline the job will be created will be queued, which will be explained in the next slide. The job, how it will be queued. So here I want to make sure one thing, like whatever the thing you are doing, it will be acted as a task which is being running down. It is mentioned as a job. So this is like a normal deployment activity where the first build and release will be automatic. Either you may do from a DevOps end, or if you have any other service associated with the Azure, for example, DevOps Starter or any service, this is like automated task. That's what they are telling, like it's a completely automated CI/CD pipelines. So this till this step, it's fine, okay. After what all are the steps we are going to discuss today is what exactly our session going to be. So we are going to do this by means of task. What exactly is build, test as well as publishing activity by means of task. At first, we have a YAML file where we have a script which is explained in this slide. The script which .NET build will execute the build action with the configuration which is mentioned there. So this is like adding a script file in a YAML and then getting a commit. After that, we are doing other activity to publish this web. All this activity will be associated with that. But rather adding like that, instead of this, we can able to perform this by means of tasks, which is explained in the next slide. You need to choose the task what you need to perform. For example, I need to perform a build task. So I need to have something that associated with the build, which is auto-populate the scripts which I need to perform the build task. So I'm navigating to the YAML file where I have the search bar which is associated with that. I'm going to search the .NET Core there, which contain the build test package and publishing application, everything together in this. So after choosing the task, I'm going to the next slide where I have the particular command I can able to choose and I can able to perform the task. So for example, you already done with a build and you are not more interested to do this build activity via this task related stuffs, and you just want to jump into test, you can probably do that by choosing the command. For example, here I am going to build. So I just choose the command as build. Once after my command is chosen as a build, I need to add some of the scripts which is associated with that in my YAML. So you can see that box which is highlighted, the inputs command as well as the project with the arguments are passed. So once after coming to the next, you can able to see same thing associated with the build can be performed for the test also. So this command should be added, or else you can add from the prompt which has been available in your left side itself, which will be shown in the testing part. For example, no, I just want to make sure like I'm adding the script here should be correct with the actual value, or I just want to cross verify the values. You can do from the prompt which is available in your left panel. So once after that, the testing part when we are getting into, you can able to view the same thing. The command need to be chosen as a test, and the script need to be added as command as test, and project, which project you need to choose. For example, it's a .cs project because it is a .NET Core application. Once after that, the argument which need to be passed. So all these things been added to your script. The same thing, whatever you are adding, been reflecting in the prompt which is available in the left panel. You can able to see the path of the project, with this where they exactly the project being located, and as well as the argument which need to be passed for testing your particular application. So this is how the tasks are performed for the build as well as for the test. Once after that, you can able to see in the second box also, you have an available option like publish the test result and code coverage. So you can see like in usually for code coverage, there are we used to have some tools to perform this activity. Even it is a .NET Core or a .NET framework, for covering up with the code coverage activity, we usually use some of the tools, like a lot of open source are available. So by enabling this tick mark, like enabling this option, you can able to perform the publish test result as well as the code coverage. So this is where the code coverage actions also done in the DevOps end itself. Once after that, you can move, we can move to the next slide, where we need to package and publish our pipeline artifacts. So testing is a place your all the activity associated with the code coverage. Either you need to have code coverage to be done, you can use that option, or else you feel like it is not needed, I just want to go with the traditional approach, you can. As I said before, the task activities are purely depend on the dependency. If you are comfortable with the test, you can directly go to the test part. If you're comfortable with any other things like I just need the packaging activity via the task, you can jump into the packaging activity. Once after that, package and publish, the same thing, you want to choose that command as package. After that, here the script whatever you are adding is like a publish. After that, it is a web project, so you need to enable it as true, as well as the commands, which is argument which you need to pass. The same thing will be reflected in the left side. So here, as we see there in test, you need to have the code coverage to be enabled. Same here, you want this to be as published as a zip, you can enable it, as well as you need to add project folder to publish your path, you can able to enable that also based on your requirements. So here it will act as a packaging as well as publishing together in this single view. So you can able to enable the both, as well as if you want to publish it in Azure also, it will be, we will discuss in our upcoming slide. So once after these commands are arguments are added, you can see that your application is published, packaged to in a single zip file. So all this activity from the build, test and to package being done by enabling a task. After enabling the task, choosing a command and pausing the folder, as well as making it like which project or where the project being located, that is like path, giving the path. You can enable in all the activities like a code coverage and zipping the folder. All this action can be performed from the single view. So once after this done, like building, testing as well as packaging, publishing activity. So usually the publishing activity as a .NET Core developer, we will do either by using the DLLs or by directly clicking the publish and then hosting in Azure. Like this we will follow. But from here, DevOps, how I can do this activity is like you can able to go to the same task where you choose the .NET Core, build, test, and deploy. You can choose the Azure Web App. So this part is where your publishing activity can be taken place. So as in Azure service, usually in our Azure, we will have a Azure service where we can able to identify, like I can able to search the particular service. After that, I can able to publish via my Azure service which been I created. So a lot of activity being done there. But in higher end cases, for enabling the certificates or setting the rules, you need that Azure service to be done from your Azure end. But for simple publishing activity, I just want my application to publish from my DevOps end itself. I don't want to get into a lot of tasks. So for that case, you can use this. So you can use Azure subscription. After that, you can use the type of app you want to deploy or publish. So you can use it is for a Windows. So I am going with a Windows app. Once after that, you need to choose the name. After that, the package or folder, it is a directory. It is by default. You can have it. So this is how the publishing can be take place via DevOps itself. So let's move to the next slide. Same. Whatever the task we are using, or whatever the things we are doing by means of task, you will get the screen related with us, that is like a YAML screen. So here you can able to cross verify or check, or in some cases you need to add some other parameters whichever you are needed. For example, here the type is web app and the app name, everything been given as a script you can easily get from the Microsoft official documentation. In some cases, based on your requirement, you need to add some of the things which you need. Once after that, I can able to differentiate the application which been available before my deployment, the changes whatever I did, after my deployment whatever that did. So let's move to the next slide where I can able to see the before deployment slide. So which will show the exact app, how it is being with before the changes or before the activities which been done from the DevOps end. So this is how it been look before the deployment. Once after the deploying pipeline execution, which will be shown in the next slide. So once after this deploying pipeline, deploying this application, I can able to view my execution in the upcoming slide. That is like all my tasks being checked, like either it is succeed or not, because all the tasks need to be checked before it is getting deployed. So you can see the tasks which been listed there. You can see like build a task, test a task, publish task, deploy task, and at last it is a post job, so it's not necessary. So from this you can understand, so the building, testing, publishing, as well as deploying, the all and all being happen in a single instant from the Azure DevOps without doing anything like complicated or from as like a traditional approach. So that is why it is very cool to work with Azure DevOps. Either it's a framework or .NET Core, you can able to perform all the tasks from a single view. Once after it being done, you can see it's like a console which will show you all the finishing task, how it been finished. Once after that, after deployment, you can able to view the screen which been deployed after doing the changes which been required from my end. So this is how the application loaded after doing the necessary changes and doing the build and testing as well as the deploying activity from the Azure DevOps end. So the demo application which been loaded, which shown here is actual application which been loaded, which been published to the Azure website. Where you can able to view in your Chrome also the same thing, because here I shown only the build, test, as well as the deploying action. After that, there is a publishing activity. The publishing activity, once it is done, it will be published within Azure website .NET. You can able to do that in your Chrome also. You can able to check by means of clicking that particular link once it is get published to your Azure service, and then it will be loaded. So that's it about today's session. I hope I'm clear about what all are the things you can able to do as a .NET developer in a DevOps end by means of simple task which is available in Azure DevOps itself. So that is how you can able to perform this activity of building, deploying, as well as testing, publishing, everything in one and all from your Azure DevOps. Thank you.
Yeah, really awesome session, Menaka. I see there are a couple of questions, so let me just display them so that you can answer them.
Yes.
Are you able to see the question, Menaka?
How to minimize build time, how to catch in UJet package as this get download for every build. Usually the build time, it is purely depend on your application size. There the minimizing the time and everything will be depend on your application. I cannot say like I need to build this application in 5 minutes, which it is an ETA application. So you cannot perform that activity by minimizing your build time, everything. It is purely depend on your application size, but you can able to catch the NuGet package as those it's get downloaded for every build. Yes, for example, in some cases some packages are being already available for one page, which will be populated for the next page. So for that page, for the folder which been using that package can use the NuGet which is already been builded or downloaded for the previous page. So by this way it is possible in your DevOps, and also you can able to perform that action.
Okay, so I don't see any other questions, but I'm pretty sure the questions pop up a little late. So I urge you to hop onto a live stream on YouTube so you can answer the questions offline.
Yes, sure.
Okay, that'll be great. So yeah, it was. I hope you had a good time here at CC Days in 2021. I'm pretty sure the audience loved it too. So yeah, I urge you to answer all the questions on our YouTube live stream.
Yes, Akshay.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Thank you, Akshay.
All right,
Thank you for
Menaka.
inviting.
Okay, so that was Menaka with the session, and next up we have a really great speaker. He was here with us for last year CC Days as well, and yeah, so let's hear it from Henk. Let me bring Henk on stage. Hello, Henk.
Hi, hello everyone.
Yeah, really glad to have you here, and you were a part of CC Days 2020 as well. So I'm pretty sure we have a lot of new joinees with us. So it'll be great if you could give a brief introduction about yourself and the session you'll be presenting today.
Absolutely, I can do that. So hi everyone, my name is Henk Boelman and I'm a cloud advocate at Microsoft, focusing on making you successful with AI with our Microsoft tooling. I'm based in the Netherlands and I'm really happy to be back. So today we are going to focus on DevOps and how you can apply those practices and toolings with machine learning projects. So let's get started. So first of all, what is machine learning? Machine learning is the ability to make your computer learn without being explicitly programmed, which is really nice. So in the old days, when I started with programming, I wrote an algorithm, basically a function, a lot of if then else for, and it gave a result. I run data through it and I got an answer. But with machine learning, these two things are flipped. So instead of creating the algorithm, I give a bunch of answers and a lot of data to my training framework, and it will create the algorithm or function for me. And in machine learning world, that is called a model. And now that we have that model, we can run new data through that model, and we will get a prediction about the new data. So that was a very quick introduction about what machine learning actually is. So in this session, we are going to see how we can create that machine learning model, that function, in a DevOps repeatable way. But first, let's zoom out a little bit and talk about what is available on Azure with machine learning. So first of all, that is the first layer. These are our sophisticated pre-trained models. Basically, these are cognitive services, REST endpoints. So you send a picture to an API, and it will tell you what is on the picture. You send a piece of text to it, and you get an audio file back. You send something in English, and you will get it back in German. And there is Azure Search. But sometimes that is not enough. On our cloud, all the frameworks work. So you can train your models in PyTorch, TensorFlow, Keras, Onyx, doesn't matter. We have some tools that can help you with that. They are called productivity services. So these are Azure, like Azure Databricks, Azure Machine Learning, which we're going to use today. And there are virtual machines completely installed to get you quickly started with data science. Of course, there are CPUs, GPUs on demand available, and we can give you the model, so you can run it on premises, but you can also run it in the cloud, and we can have IoT Edge, which can actually help you deploy these models on the edge for you. But today, we're going to talk about DevOps, and very specifically, how you can do AI projects as DevOps together. So what is DevOps? DevOps is the union between people, processes, and products to enable continuous delivery of value to our users, according to my colleague Donovan Brown. And this also applies, of course, for a machine learning project. But the team is a little bit different than in regular development projects. So we have a group of developers building software, we have data scientists crafting the models, we have operations that is helping deploy and run the software we have created, which include a model in production. So for those who are not familiar with the work of a data scientist, let's quickly go through the work a data scientist actually has to do to come up with a model. Every model starts with asking a sharp question, like how much, how many? Is it a cat or is it a dog? So every data science, every model journey starts with formulating a question which what the model has to answer. For that, you need to collect data. And collecting data takes a long time of the total project. Mostly it's around 80% of the project's time. You're busy with sorting, collecting, and preparing the data. Then you can select a training algorithm, train the model, and then use the model in a wider solution. So today we're going to see how we can use Azure Machine Learning. Azure Machine Learning is our offering in the cloud, which enables you to quickly and easily build, deploy, and share predictive analytics solutions. In other words, it will help us facilitate the whole Azure Machine Learning of the machine learning lifecycle, from preparing our data, building our model, running our model, and monitoring our model. So what is it exactly? It is not just one thing. It is a set of cloud services. Like there is blob storage, there is the actual Azure Machine Learning, there is a key vault, there is a container registry, and that set makes Azure Machine Learning. And that set of Azure Cloud Services is controllable by a Python SDK. And that set enables us to prepare data, manage our model, track experiments, and finally deploy them. So these are roughly the 3 stages you have to go to. First, we have to prepare, experiment, and deploy. So let's start preparing. So you can go to the Azure portal, click Create New Resource, use ARM templates, use the CLI, and then you create an Azure Machine Learning workspace. And this is how this workspace looks. So it is available in the Azure portal, but to control the workspace, you can access it by going to ml.azure.com. And this is how it looks. On the left, you have all your components, your things, and then you have a dashboard. So let's zoom in a little bit about what you actually get. So we have data sets. Here we manage our data, we have experiments, here we manage our training runs, we have pipelines. We're going to dive in to how we can create these training workflows a bit later. We have models, here we register our and version our models. We have endpoints. Here live our deployed models and our pipeline endpoints. Then there is compute, where we can manage our training clusters and inference clusters. Environments, here we define our training and inference environments. And then there are data stores where we manage the connections to where our data is. So here we manage our connection to our blob storages, our SQL databases, our AKS compute. All is managed there. So let's dive into a demo and quickly see how the portal looks like. Where is my screen? Here it is. So this is the Azure Machine Learning Workspace. So what are we going to use? We're going to use our data set with Lego Simpsons. We can explore this data set. And here we see all kind of different images. Because what we're going to do is we're going to create a model that can detect Simpson images and deploy it in a Azure Container Instance and Azure Container Registry. No, in an Azure Kubernetes service. And then later we can call it using Postman. So the model will be able to detect. So in this presentation, I will not dive in too much how actually the model training works, but more the DevOps thoughts around it. So this is our data set, and that one is here. But first, I want to kick off our build pipeline because it takes around 10 to 15 minutes for it to complete. So let's just in our register model here in the conference, let's call Cloud Community Days here. So we actually see that our model is deployed. We go to Git, we stage the changes, commit Cloud Community Days, enter, and we should not forget to push it to our repository. So it is pushed, and we should be kicking off the pipeline, which we're going to talk a little bit later. So here we have data sets. Here is our experiment. We're going to dive into the experiment a bit later. Here are our pipelines. This is where we're going to create a pipeline to kick off this training process. Our models are managed here. Here is our compute clusters, and our inference clusters. So the compute clusters are used to training our model, and our inference clusters are where the deployed models are living. So in this case, I have one Kubernetes service here up and running. Current slide. So let's talk a little bit about pipelines. So there are two different types of pipelines, which should not be confused with each other. So there are Azure Machine Learning Service pipelines, and there are Azure pipelines. So Azure Machine Learning Service pipelines are workflows of steps that can use data sources and data sets and run on our compute targets. So these pipelines are really good for like a nightly training run. Because they're reusable, they can run unattended, and they're good for tracking and versioning. And then there are Azure pipelines. Azure pipelines are good for orchestrating, for continuous integration and continuous delivery. Just the same thing you would do with it for a website or a C# application. You can set up gates, tasks, processes for quality. You can integrate with other services, and they can trigger on code and non-code events. So let's dive in what an Azure Machine Learning Service pipeline actually is. And then we zoom into a step. So what is a step? A step is just a small script that runs on one of our compute targets in a Docker container. And in most cases, it is a Python script. And that Python script takes input, like data. It has parameters, so we can control the script. and it generates output. For instance, a model or a pre-processed dataset. And we can combine these steps to create a full pipeline. So what we are going to create or use is this. We have a dataset with SimSys images on a blob storage account. The first step will prepare this data. It will shape the data in a format that our training framework wants. So the prepared data delivers a pre-processed dataset. Then there is a step that will train a model using the PyTorch framework, and that will deliver us the model file. And the final step will pick up that model file and register that model in model management. So this is how it looks when you submit a pipeline to the cluster. So below you see the 3 steps, you see how long it takes, on which target it is being, on which compute target it is run, and there are which parameters is being used. So let's actually have a look at one of these pipelines in code. So that can be found here in our Explorer, in our Visual Studio Code. These are the 3 steps. So there is a prepare step, there is a register step, and there is a train step. And if we go to the browser, we can open a Jupyter notebook that will show you how the pipeline is running. This is the script. I broke it up in a Jupyter notebook so we can see it a little bit better. So we start with importing our dependencies, connecting to our environment, creating the pipeline. Here we start creating the pipeline, telling where our scripts are, what the name of our model should be, the experiments. We specify the first input parameter for the pipeline so we can easily switch between different data sets. And then we start with our data preparation. So we create a Python script step that generates data and puts it on this pipeline data storage place. So in this directory on this data store. It's the only thing it does. Then we create, train our model. The output is the model, and it takes the input from this step. Our Python script runs train.py. We have here our script parameters and the configuration, how it has to run. So this is running on our cluster in a HTML PyTorch container. And then finally, we register the model. You can create the pipeline and publish the pipeline under the name. So now when you publish the pipeline, everyone can call that pipeline and kick it off. Okay, of course, you need to have the appropriate rights to do that, but it is an API which you can just call. And then you can submit it and run it. So I'm going to quickly check if our pipeline is running. Yes, our pipeline is running. So this is like kind of the basics of the pipelines. It are a lot of steps combined, published, and callable by an API. So what exactly happens underwater when you kick off one of those pipelines? You can do that from a Jupyter notebook. You can do that by calling the API. You can do that from Azure DevOps, which we will show later. But when it is kicked off, it is actually snapshotting everything, the current state, and submitting that to an experiment. So all the training scripts, everything is being versioned under an experiment. It starts creating Docker containers for every step in the pipeline, and registers those Docker containers in our Docker image, in our Azure Container Registry. Then it deploys all these containers to our Azure Machine Learning Compute, and it is mounting all our data stores. And then it starts executing all the containers in the right order, all the scripts in the containers in the right order, and streams back all the output to the experiments. And if you run it in a Jupyter notebook, you can actually monitor it real time. And then when everything is done, copies over all the outputs and all the logs back to the experiment, so we can have a look if everything went well. So Azure Machine Learning Service pipelines are there for data preparation, training, and model registration. So that is our pipeline. And it creates a repeatable process to deliver a machine learning model. So you can tweak the data, tweak the parameters, but still have this repeatable process. So you don't have to redo and redo that again. But I was saying we're going to talk about DevOps, because this is still in a Jupyter notebook, some scripts on my machine. It is a pipeline, but we want to add some quality to that pipeline. So for that, we can set up continuous integration to actually build that pipeline. So first we need source control. You already saw me committing something. So this is good for code and comments, not Jupyter output. But every part of the pipeline we can check in and we can see all the different, we can see all the changes being made. We can add some infrastructure and dependencies and maybe a subset for the training data, so we can quickly validate if our model is actually doing something. So everything should be in source control except your training data, which is going to be a training data set in Azure Machine Learning. So let's talk about continuous integration. You can trigger on a code change, like you saw. We changed a tag, we committed it, and the build triggered. It is there to refresh and execute an Azure Machine Learning Service pipeline. It can do some code quality checking, some linting, some unit testing, of course. And we can work with pull requests, so people can actually validate that my change for the pipeline is meaningful. So let's have a look at the pipeline. So we just saw my code in the Jupyter notebook. So what I've done is I copied all that code into the setup pipeline. Exactly the same code. It builds my pipeline using the steps here. Just plain basic Python code. And I have an Azure Machine Learning pipe file, a YAML file. So it triggers on any change on the master. It picks out an Ubuntu image. Oh, that is too big. Gives a name. And then what it does, it installs the Azure Machine Learning SDK with the CLI extension enabled. And then we run our Python script. And then what it does, it's create a pipeline and submits the pipeline. So let's have a look in Azure DevOps. Here we see, 4 C's. Here we see that it triggered on our last run. 11 minutes ago, and it took 1 minute and 41 seconds to create the pipeline. Let's zoom in, and here we see that it selected our preferred Python version. It installed the SDK, and it ran our training script. That submitted it to my compute cluster, my blob, and used the experiment Simpsons PyTorch pipeline. And then it finalized. So now our job is created, and we should be able to see this pipeline, which hopefully stopped running, because that should not be good if it is still running. And luckily it is completed. And here we see that the 3 steps, like the pre-process of the data, the register model, here we can see all the logs that it has generated. So very useful for if you want to debug. And we see that it has delivered us a model, and here it trained our model. We have here under the training step, we have some metrics. So we see how our model is being trained. So a lot of useful features for our data scientist team. So the output of the pipeline is this model. Here we see it is tagged with our conference code. So we can click on that model. And from here, we can trace actually back where it is being trained, which data set has been used, which framework has been used. And here are our model. So now we have our model safely registered in model management. And you can see this as the NuGet repository for models. Now everyone can pick it out, write software around it, and deploy it. So let's see how we can deploy our model. For that, we need to set up some continuous delivery. And continuous delivery can trigger on events. And in this case, it will trigger on the model management when the model is registered in model management. We can deploy to test, staging, all kind of different environments. We can run integration and load tests on it. And we can control our rollout with feature flags, A/B testing. So all super cool features. So it is there to control your model rollout the same way as you would do with other software. To make this happen, you need to have the model, a script that runs the model, and a file that defines your environment. Wrap it up, and we get a Docker file. So let's go to the final part of the demo and deploy our model. To an Azure Container instance. But first we will look at our deploy pipeline. We go to releases, and here we see that our model is almost done. This model number 10, and it is now in an Azure Container instance, and it is now deploying it to our production Kubernetes cluster. We click on it, and let me edit the pipeline that makes it probably a bit more clear what we're doing. So here the triggers. The triggers when there is a new model name on the latest model, and it has continuous integration enabled, continuous deployment enabled. So when there is a new model, it will start deploying it to an Azure Container instance. We retrieve the model, some simple inline scripts. We use the Azure command, Azure CLI, to download the model, and then we use a plugin for Azure Machine Learning for Azure DevOps to deploy this model using a deployment configuration file. Okay, so let's see how far it is. It looks like it is both deployed. And the cool thing now is that we can also see that here under our model. So in this model management, we can actually see where this model is running it. So we can go to our AKS service. We can see how we can call this model. You can here see how to consume the model. Here is our endpoint. We can go back to the model, go back. We have here our scaling configuration, minimum 1 replica, maximum 3, upscale at 70%. So that's good. So let's grab Postman here and actually send something to that URL. Let's copy the URL. Okay. Yes, here we are. We send it. In the body is a link to a testing image. And now we see that it is predicted that Lisa Simpson is on image Lisa Simpson. And the same thing goes for our Azure Container instance. That thing has to spin up a little bit. We see it is a little bit slower than the AKS one, but it also predicts Lisa on this image. So to conclude, let's have a look at a complete pipeline. So we've created an Azure Machine Learning Service pipeline that does data preparation, training, and model registration, which is being created by Azure DevOps. Then we have an Azure DevOps release pipeline that triggers on the model registration and deploys that to an Azure container instance and to an Azure Kubernetes service. So it runs in and we can call it using a REST API. So that was it. I know it was very brief. You can all find this code back on my GitHub. We have a lot of great documentation on Microsoft Learn and on Microsoft Docs, where you can read all these steps on your own pace, or reach out to me on Twitter if you have any questions about this. So thank you very much, and I wish you a good rest of your day.
That was a great session, Hank. I'm just going through the live chat. I don't see any questions, but I'm pretty sure some pop up pretty late. So it would be great if you could hop onto a YouTube live stream after this session so that you can answer them. And once again, it was really good having you here with us.
Thank you. You're welcome. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
All right, Hank. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right, guys. With that, we come to the last part of CC Days. So all we have right now is the quiz 3. I know a lot of you guys have been waiting for the quiz. So yeah, without further ado, I think we can start the quiz. The link is shared here. So the quiz starts at 4 p.m. and ends at 4:10 p.m. And there'll be top 5 winners who will receive Azure certification exam vouchers. And all the winners will be contacted via email after the event ends. So we've started the quiz. I hope you guys are playing it. So let me show you the leaderboard. Yep, so far we have 1 entry. All right, we still have just 1 entry. So yeah, like I said, the quiz ends exactly at 4:10 p.m. So if you haven't registered still for the conference, please use your registered email ID to play. We've been getting a lot of queries about booking ID. So you can either use your booking ID or email address to play the quiz. All right, we still have only 1 entry. Let me refresh it once more, see if we got any new entries. Okay, we have Shashank and the earlier entry with us. So Shashank is on number 1. All the quiz links are shared in the live chat, as well as you can find them on the description of the YouTube video. I'm refreshing the leaderboard once again. All right, so we have 5 entries as of now. So these are the initial top 5 entries we have. And the top 5 winners get an Azure certification voucher. So I urge all of you guys to play the quiz. Okay, we are seeing a lot of new entries as well. So number 1 is Arun Kumar with 8 correct options. Yeah, come on guys, who can get all 10 correct? I'd like to see that. We have 6 minutes left for the quiz to end. So let me refresh my leaderboard once again. Okay, we still have Arun Kumar on top with 8 and Suman and Gunjan respectively. So the top 5 winners get Azure certification vouchers, and it is really helpful if you are planning to get certified on Azure. So I urge all you guys to take up the quiz and win those vouchers. Let me refresh my leaderboard once again. Okay, we see new entries. So Smriti has overtaken Gunjan. Yeah, come on, guys. There are only around 5 minutes left for us to stop the quiz. So if you are participating, now is the time to do it. Let me refresh my tab once again. Okay, we still have Arun Kumar on top with 8 correct answers. Nobody's getting 10 answers, right? I would like to see that. Okay, so now we have Mohammed on top with, again, 8 correct options. Oh, we have Ambarish on top with 9 correct options. That's really great. So just 3 minutes left until we stop the quiz. Okay, we still have Ambarish on top. Meanwhile, guys, those who have completed playing the quiz, urge you guys to give your feedback for our events. So the feedback link is in the description below. You do let us know what can be improved, what sessions you would like to see, and an overall feedback about the conference. It really means a lot to us. Okay. All right, we have 3 entries at 9. Awesome. So just a couple of minutes left to close the quiz. Let me refresh the leaderboard once again. I see a question, will all sessions be available on YouTube? Yes, the entire stream will be available on YouTube. So you can watch your favorite sessions at any time, and also revisit later maybe. Please refresh that leaderboard. Okay. All right, I just refreshed the leaderboard as per a request. And so these are our 5 entries who will be getting the Azure voucher. And these are not finalized yet. There's still a minute left until we close the quiz. So yeah. Please provide vouchers to everyone. Then it won't be a quiz, right? Okay, these are our leaderboard at the moment, and we still have under On 20 seconds left to close the quiz. So hurry up, guys. I'm refreshing the leaderboard for the last time. We have reached the deadline for 10 p.m. The quiz is closed. So let me refresh it for one final time and take a screenshot. All right, so these are our entries. So we will reach out to all our winners who have participated in the quiz and won it after the event so that you receive your Azure certification vouchers. Okay. With that being said, I would like to show you some things. Yeah, so number one is the feedback. Do give your valuable feedback to us. It helps us improve. And of course, if you want an attendance certificate, mention it in the feedback form so that we can get back to you with the certificate as well. Do follow us to get regular updates on tech conferences. These are our, so this is our YouTube channel and this is our Twitter ID. Follow us so you get your updates on the latest and best in your conferences and on cloud. If you are loving the sessions, we urge you to make a tweet using these hashtags, and please tag us so that we can amplify them on social media as well. A big shout out to Microsoft Azure for sponsoring the event, without whom this event would not be possible. And also a big shout out to all our community partners with whom we partnered for this event and helping us make it a huge success, and also our streaming partners. We also have a lot of events running, so let me show you that as well. Yeah, so we recently launched Azure Developer Community, where we have over 100 Azure communities all over India. If you would like to, if you'd like to get to know more about Azure and network with, similar and like-minded people, we urge you to visit this website. The links will be provided in the description and also in the live chat. So let me show you real quick. So this is our website, and okay, just a second. Sorry for that. Yeah, so this is our website for the 100 communities for Azure. You can either search for your favorite community nearby or become a community organizer, and you can also assess your LinkedIn skills here. You can get a brief idea of all our upcoming events and other events you may like. Yeah, for example, we have Azure Developer Stories running. It's a blogging contest where you can submit a blog on a blog or a blog on your experiences with Azure, and you can stand a chance to win a Surface Pro X laptop and other goodies as well. We also have this challenge where you upskill on Python on Azure or Node.js on Azure, or like similar like other topics. And so basically you upskill yourself, and then you like stand a chance to earn like really good and another like rewards. So these are the other events we have running. And with that, we come to our closing remarks for we come to our closing remarks for CC Days. Once again, a shout out to all our streaming partners without whom this would not be possible. So a shout out to Girl Script and Tech Primers for streaming CC Days on their platforms as well and helping us make it a success. And also to all our community partners without whom we would never have this much reach. And it's a great thing because when you come together as a community and then you see that nothing is impossible. So these are all our community partners. And like I said, a huge shout out to Microsoft Azure for sponsoring this event and making it happen. If you are loving these sessions, or if you love these sessions, I urge you to make a tweet and tag us so that we can retweet and amplify it. So with that being said, we come to the closing remarks of Cloud Community Days. Thank you for each one of you, being here for both the days and helping us make it a huge success. I see a few questions regarding the certificate. So the certificates will be sent to every single one of you who has filled the feedback link and opted for a certificate. Do give us a few days to process all the requests. We've been getting a lot of requests for the same, and all the slides used and all the sessions for both the days will be made available via email to all participants. So all you have to do is just click the links and everything will be accessible to you. And once again, it was great. It was great having all you guys here with us. And yeah, really looking forward to see you all again for our next event as well. And with that being said, yeah, I think we come to the end of CC days. So thanks a lot to each one of you, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you.